and a lot more events this is actually the next 2 weeks. And just a reminder that these events are, of course, not all inclusive of every event in the city. They're collected from city-sponsored events, publicly permitted events, and ACE-funded events. So we do the best we can to gather what we can. And that's it for me.
Next slide, please. Okay, homelessness update for you today. The resource centers are sitting at about 86% capacity. So that is base shelter plus the winter overflow beds that were extended or currently under an extension. Our EIM this week with the county is going to be in the Folsom Trail and North Temple areas. The rapid intervention team will also be focused in Cottonwood Park, around Day Riverside Library, a couple of locations in the ballpark, and then Fairmont Park area. We've got a resource fair that is going to be this Friday on Library Square from 9:30 to 12:30. We are also, Kayak Court has started back up. That started back up last month. Plans are a little bit subject right now to both weather and water levels in the river. I don't believe that this month's Kayak Court is going to actually be on the river. It will likely be in a stationary location, but the Justice Court is working on figuring that out right now. And then we also wanted to touch on plans for the micro shelter community going into the future. The State Office of Homeless Services is working with SwitchPoint, which is the current service provider over at the micro shelter community. The plan is to move that program. As you recall, the units themselves are collapsible and movable. So the plan is to move those to the current identified site by the State Office of Homeless Services, which is at 700 West and 500 South. And that is by the end of July, which they are working on accomplishing right now.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to our fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget from the Salt Lake City Public Library System. Ben Luedtke, Council Policy Analyst, will be joined by Noah Baskett, the Library Executive Director, Tyler Baer, the Library Finance Director, and Adam Weinecker, the Board President.
The council's role in the library is unique from other enterprise funds in the city. The library board sets policy for the library, and the council is tasked with reviewing and approving the annual budget and setting the tax rate. The mayor has not recommended changes to the board's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. Yesterday, we received an updated transmittal. It's included in today's meeting packet. It corrected a few errors in the previous version. The proposed budget includes $5.3 million in a proposed property tax increase. This would cause the library's budget to be 10% more than the current fiscal year. The library relies upon property taxes for 95% of its revenues, so almost all of it is from property taxes. If the tax increase was approved, the library's total budget would be $36.4 million. Similar to the general fund, the amount of the budget that goes to personal services, so employees, is about 2/3. And that's because the library is a service-oriented organization where the employees are delivering those services to the public. Some of the other highlights in the budget, there's a 30% increase for investing in collections, bringing that up to almost $3 million. There is a net increase of 7 new full-time employees and 3 new part-time employees. This would bring the total staffing to just below 250 FTEs at the library. The capital projects budget is significantly less than last year. about $7 million less. And that reflects several large capital projects that had one-time funding in fiscal year 24 that don't have funding in fiscal year 2025. Most of that is the main library roof renovation project, which was by far the biggest of those capital projects. Debt service is basically flat. It's just under $1 million. And that is making payments on the local building authority bonds that paid for the Glendale and Marmalade Branch libraries to be built about 10 years ago. In response to the council's request, there is a list of capital projects which are a contingency depending on how much revenue actually comes in from the new growth property taxes and the judgment levy. Those are confirmed by the county by June 8th of each year. There are policy questions on page 3 of the staff report and a few more on page 4. And the end of the staff report in the additional info section, there's a 10-year summary of the library's budget and staffing levels. That's it for my overview. I'll turn it over to Noah, Adam, and Tyler.
That's better now. And the City Council members for this opportunity to present the City Library's fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. I am Adam Weinecker, and I'm the president of the City Library Board, and I'm joined by Noah Baskett, our executive director, and Tyler Barr, our finance director. On Monday, March 25th, the Salt Lake City Public Library Board of Directors approved a proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25, and we're delighted to present that budget to you today in pursuit of advancing the library's mission of equitably extending access to opportunities and information, nurturing connection, and inspiring a future full of possibilities for every single person throughout our city. With that, I'd like to invite Noah and Tyler to walk through the proposed budget in more detail.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Good to be with you all, Council. A couple key considerations that have proven very integral in this year's budget development process. Firstly, developing a multi-year budget strategy really to support the long-term viability of the library and service to our city. Secondly, again, as Ben mentioned, at the direction of City Council, including contingent funding items should unplanned revenue come through. And then lastly, being very intentional about aligning with the city as a whole, with City Council, and with Mayor Mendenhall's priorities. As Ben mentioned, and as you all know, based on what we've shared, we are asking for a $5.3 million tax increase, $2.2 million to fund immediate needs of the library for the forthcoming fiscal year, and the remainder to restore some of the fund balance used for the roof renovation and really to ensure the long-term financial viability and sustainability of the library. You can note on the right side of this slide, oh, I forgot to mention, next slide, please. You'll note on the right side of this slide that this request means an increase of approximately $39 per year for the average residential property in the city. And we really are being very mindful of the myriad of increasing expenses that is hitting Salt Lake City taxpayers' wallets, such as utility increases, new sales tax to fund entertainment, and the struggle of making ends meet in general. So we're definitely being attentive to that. And we are confident that the added value proposed in this library's budget really does provide a great return on this additional investment. And we'll talk through that in more detail. And we ask you also to make that same assessment for yourselves as we present to you all this budget.
I will add on that slide there, as the $39 figure represents the increase based on average values. Note that the median value, as per the county's information, is approximately $489,000. So that means that half of the residential property owners in this city will see an increase from the library of $33.15 or less as a result of this increased request.
Next slide, please.
This is a snapshot that forecasts the library's fund balance and explains why we are asking for the increase. The first scenario includes the property tax increase, initially restoring some of the fund balance that's been used for the roof renovation and other capital projects. Our recommendation is to do the larger increase of $5.3 million now rather than splitting it up over multiple years. And in part, this approach recognizes our desire to address future capital needs in a thoughtful way without taking on the entire financial burden all at once.
We've also discussed with Mayor Mendenhall the timing of a general obligation bond for the library and wanting to be attentive of not that being after multiple consecutive years of requesting a tax increase. Next slide, please. Before we dive into the specifics of the budget, we wanted to share just a couple of interesting facts around the library's impact this past year. Over the last year, we have seen over 1.1 million patron visits. Every single day, we typically see around 3,100 visits across the library system. And as you can see there on that last bullet, we've seen the largest growth in visits at our Marmalade, Day Riverside branches, and the main library. This is interesting as well. Well, the city has grown by about 4,200 residents over the past 12 years based on census estimates. In that same time, the library has added 7,500 active patrons. We also note that circulation of our materials over the last 12 months has increased by 7% over the prior year. Next slide, please. Here is a little bit of the framework of value that we want to provide for our community as a whole and residents for this budget. Avoiding reduction of our service hours, maintaining our current levels of service and service hours to the public, really creating a greater sense of safety and security for everyone. That includes staff, the community as a whole, and all of our patrons, making sure everybody feels safe in visiting and taking advantage of library services. Improving operational efficiency in a number of ways, but in particular, we are transitioning to the human resource software that the city uses, Workday. Increasing availability of our materials, particularly with those that are highest demand by the public, and reducing wait times for things like ebooks and audiobooks. And really attending to the need to diversify our funding sources, really, one, to reduce the future tax burden of city residents, but also to attend to the long-term sustainability of the library. Next slide, please. Here are the particular elements of the proposed budget within and priorities, and we'll begin with operations. We particularly prioritized total staff compensation, really looking at what optimal staffing looks at for the library as a whole and taking a step towards optimal staffing, and what we knew we needed in terms of an investment in our collection. Next slide.
So under the heading of total staff compensation, the proposed budget includes a recommended 5.5% wage increase for staff. We're anticipating and estimating a 10% increase in medical premiums, including an independent third-party compensation study to really take a look at where we sit in comparison to other libraries, as well as other employers here in the area, and will help us define a comprehensive and long-term compensation strategy. The budget also includes a continuation of tuition assistance program for staff and development of a paid parental leave program. Under optimal staffing, this effort is really part of a multi-year strategy to assess where we have staff currently allocated and make changes to ensure that we're using resources where they will make the greatest impact for residents. Ben noted the new positions, and on this slide here, we've called those out as backfilled and new positions, as 7 of those 10 are proposed to backfill positions that were taken from other areas of the library as new facilities and new services came online over the past few years. Of course, some efficiencies have been realized in those transitions. There are some areas that are thin, and these 7 backfilling positions will help address those needs there. I'll speak to the other 3 positions in that 10 here on a following slide. Reclassifications also noted here include positions where our management team identified needs as part of the staffing assessment, but we were also able to identify vacancies or other filled positions with capacity to increase responsibilities at a much reduced cost compared to adding an entirely new position. Ben also alluded to the investment in collection. The $750,000 investment that you see we're requesting actually started at $1.5 million, and our staff that manage our collection are very, very attentive and could have spent that $1.5 million in a heartbeat and delivered some immediate value. However, we thought that in light of other priorities, that $750,000 was the appropriate level this year. As Ben alluded to, this investment will focus in majority on electronic materials and help us to reduce wait times on items that are in high demand.
Next slide, please. Our priorities specifically related to capital include an emphasis on safety and security, completing the key infrastructure projects that are already ongoing, and planning for our long-term facility needs. Next slide, please.
So our focus on safety and security is all about making everyone feel welcome and safe at the library. In addition to capital hardware and equipment requests that you see on this slide, we have called out 2 of the new positions included in the proposed budget that will support the important work of safety at the library. The first is an additional mobile patrol to reduce the amount of time it takes our safety team to respond to needs at branches in particular. The other position is an additional social services coordinator, which is an increase from the one we currently have on staff. And they will continue the effort to partner with other community agencies and to help those in need get connected to services. I think the briefing that you received just prior to this item is particularly appropriate, as our social services staff work closely with the city's homeless engagement and response team, or HART, and we currently partner with 10 community agencies. And through the library's referral to these community partners, they have provided more than 6,000 services so far this fiscal year. And more than 55% of those services have benefited individuals and families that are experiencing homelessness. Particularly exciting to me is, as a result of these efforts, 5 of our regular patrons have been housed with coordinated entry, and 2 more have entered the micro-shelter community. Our capital requests also include finishing and maintaining our existing projects and infrastructure, such as the smoke evacuation system, and important upgrades to crash bars and in-floor power boxes. And finally, our capital efforts include making progress on our facilities plan. As we've indicated previously, we're looking forward to a general obligation bond vote in November of 2026 to address needs at 3 library locations. And we're pleased with the support that we received in discussion with city staff and from Mayor Mendenhall. As we have discussed alignment with the mayor's priorities, the proposed budget includes a new development director position who will work closely with our executive director, Noah, to pursue philanthropic engagement. Our community supports the library, and we're counting on this new role to bring in alternative funding and reduce the direct burden on taxpayers. Next slide, please. A few other considerations to bring to your attention. Our legal expenses do represent an increase going into fiscal year 25 as a result of legal fees necessary with the unionization consideration. And then also, as you've emphasized, the library is prepared to address revenues that may come in higher or lower for the next fiscal year. And these contingent items that you see off to the right will be held off to the side until revenue is confirmed and we see what additional projects can be completed. I'd point out that the decision to not immediately fund these priorities was particularly challenging, and these are truly legitimate needs, and we're hopeful to have funding to address them in the near future.
Next slide, please. So just as a review, we are asking for a $5.3 million tax increase with $2.2 million to fund immediate needs in the upcoming fiscal year, and the remainder to ensure viability for a number of years without having to ask for a tax increase year after year. Next slide. And we thank you for the opportunity to present to you all, council members.
Thank you all. I'm going to stand by my contention that we don't need to get rid of the tiny toilets downstairs. They're too cute to lose. But council members, any other more serious feedback, questions?
Well, my feedback, and thank you so much for presenting today, and thank you, Noah, for your expertise. I've gotten to meet with this team and really tour the facility, but I appreciate the emphasis on public safety. We hear often from our constituents, from families, from staff, the need to have a respectable facility and to care for this asset and to provide proper maintenance as we see use and use. So that's something that I find very important as we budget for. So I'm looking forward to more discussions, but thank you. You know, I'm such a fan of this, and we're going 126 years strong with this institution. Looking forward to another 100 years.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the discussions last month or so, and the tour of the roof. I can't wait to sit out there and have a cup of coffee and read a book. So I'm looking forward to that day. You know, you talk about the safety concerns you have at the library, and I have to believe that's a national trend. It's not just Salt Lake City, and the funding that you're putting aside there, the training that you are doing with the staff, and I like the idea of increasing the mobile teams so that they're, you know, they don't take a half hour to go from one site to another site. So I appreciate all that. And is that a slim budget need, or did you kind of make sure there was a very realistic need on the budget side of that, so that we don't have to rely on an amendment later on?
That's a good question, Councilmember Dugan. What I would say was all of our departments, we weren't able to put forward every request that was needed. So that included safety and security, but we did prioritize safety and security. So we feel really confident that the investment we make here is actually going to have a meaningful, significant difference in this next year around safety at the library.
Thank you. And is a trend flattening? Because I got to believe it kind of escalated after 2020. Is it flattening, or do we have a view of the long term?
It is, and we asked our safety administrator to provide some data comparing the first 5 months of last year to this year. We are seeing a greater success in proactive efforts, particularly in identifying and preventing theft and getting items back into patrons' hands, as well as identifying and getting on top of drug use. Those are things that we have actually seen a higher number of cases, but that's attributed to the fact that we had more staff who were able to be more attentive to those areas.
Thank you very much. I have a few other questions, but I can also defer to others if they have.
Councilwoman Young, please.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation. I just have two comments. First is related to the development position. I appreciate that unique approach. A lot of times when we're talking about opportunities for additional city, those resources come from taxpayers, and so creating a mechanism for our city to be able to pursue some of those development and foundation-based dollars to be able to support the good things happening in the library, I think is a really smart approach in terms of a return on investment. The other item that I appreciated in the comprehensive presentation was your last slide where you highlighted things that didn't make the list. I think in many ways we often look at what we are looking to fund, and having that compare contrast versus things where it's like these are still needs that we're considering for the future is very helpful as a council member. So thank you for that inclusion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Morton.
Thank you. Towards the beginning of your presentation, you said that contemplating a future bond, and that with the what you're proposing here, and then future plans that will diversify income for the library and keep things affordable. Can you explain that a little bit more? Just for residents that might think, how does raising taxes now mean spending less later?
Sure. Councilmember Wharton, I would probably speak specifically to the development director position included in this year's budget. So that, I think I've mentioned this to many of you, the city library has been on the vanguard in many respects on how an urban library system can serve its city. One of the places that it hasn't been is around a robust philanthropy strategy to come alongside public support. We know from urban library systems similar to Salt Lake that there is a great deal of opportunity there. So I think that is specifically what we're talking about there, Councilmember Wharton, especially with the idea of a capital campaign that could accompany a general obligation bond to support a future large facilities project.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, thank you. And next question is on the revenue side of the house. And I know since it's an interesting fact that you guys have presented before is that, you know, it's less expensive to have a hard copy book than an ebook. And boy, an ebook doesn't seem like it would ever wear out. I believe it's hard to wear out, but the price is incredibly expensive. Is there a nationwide effort to pressurize that increase in something that's...
I have shared with the city a number of existing lawsuits at the state level that are seeking legislation to essentially have publishers sell e-materials at affordable rates to libraries. And so whether or not the city and or state legislature decides to pursue legislation like that, it's going on in a number of different places throughout the country.
Because that is one of your biggest costs. I mean, besides the personnel, but that
it is.
Seems like it's huge.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Pui?
I know there was, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the tour of the library you guys are doing to fix all the leaking that is happening on that roof and to open up those spaces for the community. So that will mean a lot to everybody. I'm a little sad to see that the Crescent Wall is not making the cut. So I believe that is a huge asset to the community, and I hope that you know, with funds we can prioritize that together. It means the access to that, to the roof, and the ability for the community to see that being utilized means a lot. I know that lots of people know about that, and they're wondering when it's going to be open, but unfortunately we don't know. That's the answer, because we don't have the money. And my concern with waiting too much is the other costs that could increase because of the cost of the inflation, but also the possible damage that could be happening as we speak when we are not fixing that. So.
Yes, Councilmember Pori, and I was too also very sad that it didn't make the core budget of the library. We had to make some hard decisions, and especially around prioritizing staff compensation. It just didn't make it, but we plan to prioritize seeking funding in the future and potential alternative funding to be able to do.
I want to amplify the accolades for the Friends of the Library, or whatever we're going to call it. I think the leveraging of the private, as a matter of fact, the Crescent Wall feels like a great capital campaign to break in this concept. So thank you all. Council, any other questions? Councilmember Mono, nothing from you? Okay. All right. You all can have some time back. We're going to take it easy on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
How long do we need to fix the issue? The airport people are 10 minutes out. We can take this time to reset the system? Okay, so for those of you online, we're going to restart the system so that we can broadcast the slides. So just give us a few minutes, and when we return, we will start with the airport presentation. are back. Thank you for giving us a minute to get the technology. Now we're going to move on to item number 3, which is the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget for the Department of Airports. Sam Owen, Council Policy Analyst, is at the table, joined by Bill Wyatt, Director, and Brian Butler, our CFO. And we'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Got a short intro here. The airport's fiscal year 2024-25 budget includes significant increases in revenue and expenditures resulting from added terminal space in the new Concourse B, part of the airport's ongoing campus expansion and redevelopment. Now under construction for a decade. Budgeted operating revenue is an estimated $471.4 million, up about 39% from last year. Capital projects separate from the new SLC terminal redevelopment and concourse expansion program continue well at an estimated $167.5 million. With a focus on a major new runway project that would enhance airfield circulation. Passenger incentive rebates, funds paid to airlines to promote flying through Salt Lake City International are proposed to increase from $1 to $1.40 per passenger. This is a sign of economic growth from new airline use agreements the airport has entered with carriers. A proposed increase to employees of 25 additional full-time equivalents also accompanies the new terminal space and increased operating capacity of the airport. Planned regional improvements in public transit also create an opportunity for the council to weigh in on options to enhance access to the airport for employees and passengers alike. A number of the policy questions in the staff report focus on these opportunities. The airport will return later this year to discuss cash borrowing for continued financing of the new SLC campus expansion and redevelopment. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'd ask to turn it over to the department.
Great. Chair Petro, members of the council, Bill Wyatt, Executive Director of Airports for Salt Lake City, and with me is our Director of Finance, Brian Butler, who I will turn the presentation over to in a moment, but I thought I would just give an overview, and I think Sam did a really good job of highlighting kind of the theme for us this year, which is that we're assuming larger and larger portions of this new construction to operate and to manage, and that really more than anything else accounts for the significant increase in the overall budget, but also the number of personnel required to operate the new facilities. So we now have all of Concourse A that is open and operating, and this year the new central tunnel will open along with increasingly large segments of Concourse B, and then by 26 we'll be done. And I think that's probably the most significant thing I can say to you is that the end is in sight. This is a project that really dates back to the mid-90s when the master plan was completed that envisioned this for a variety of reasons. 9/11, the financial crisis, airline bankruptcies. It took this long really to get into this project, but we are well into it now, and by October of 26, the airport redevelopment program will be completed really for some time on into the future, and that fact really reflects why it is the budget is increasing, because we're now managing all of these larger and more substantial brand new facilities that reflect the airport. The other thing, really, we have not had much of a conventional CIP program for really a decade for the most part, because the project itself has been the CIP. As that comes to a conclusion, things that we built new just a few years ago are needing attention and replacement, and we'll begin doing that soon. And so we have a fairly substantial CIP in place now. The other big thing about this budget, and Brian will talk more about this, you're beginning to see the impact of the new airline use agreement that we negotiated with Delta and the other carriers. And that certainly helps assure that we have the financial strength to not only complete the project, but then to operate the airport for generations to come. So with that, I'm happy to turn this over to Brian, and obviously will be available for questions during the course of the presentation.
Great, thanks, Bill. And if I just say next, I'm assuming they'll go ahead and move it. So can we go next? It's good to be with you guys. It really is an exciting time at the airport. I know Bill alluded to this, but the Central Tunnel is going to be opening this fall. We've heard all the comments about the walks. So we're excited for that. And we're going to give you a little bit of update on the actual project at the very end, just because we don't get a lot of opportunities to present to you. But this very first slide, what it is we're trying to kind of show you the leadership structure of the airport. There's 9 departments at the airport, ranges from ops, maintenance, finance, engineering, IT, all the way to ORAT, which is Operational Readiness, Activation, and Transition. You can see Bill at the top with his division directors and kind of the management structure. We did include Salt Lake City employees assigned to the airport. That includes kind of the attorney's office, police, fire, and then Mike Williams, who leads the project out there. So if we go to the next slide, this really kind of goes over kind of the budget goals and objectives that we have. And before I kind of read a couple of these bullet points, Bill alluded to this, but this is a unique budget year. Just like the city seeing and a lot of other airports, all the COVID relief funds that, were appropriated to airports, those are kind of been exhausted. So our fiscal year 25 budget is the first time you're seeing normal rates and charges applied to the airlines. We've kind of taken those reliefs, those subsidies or those grant allocations, and we put it through the rate model. And what it's done is it's basically allowed the airlines who were losing money to operate at a reduced rate, whether it was through landing fees or terminal rents. Now that all of those funds have been expended, they're now paying the normal rent that they would expect. And then Bill alluded to when we were contemplating phase 4, the 16-gate expansion, we did a deep dive into the financial feasibility, and we said we couldn't afford it based on our agreement in 2014 that was based on a $1.8 billion capital project. It's now $5.1 billion. The good news is it's still $5.1 billion. We're not asking for any increases to the project, and we really are nearing the end. But with that, as we get further and further away from COVID, forecasting revenues, expenditures, it's a little bit easier. We're getting back to normal growth. We have better communications with the airlines. They kind of know what to expect, and we definitely rely on them when it comes to developing our budget. The two things I'm going to point out on this slide here are the last two. Even though the COVID relief subsidies are gone, there's still a lot of what we call bipartisan infrastructure law grants that have been awarded to the airport. And we have a slide on this a little bit later, but we're using those to kind of continue to build out the new airport. And Sam alluded to, we're doing some dual taxiways to the north. It's going to be an enabling project for a future Concourse C, but it really just allows the pilots greater connectivity between the runways, reducing taxiing time, reducing emissions. And so it is a large project. It's over $190 million, and you'll see that in our CIP. But we're also, we went to the bond market last year. We borrowed $600 million. We need about $600 million left to finance the $5.1 billion. Rates are still substantially higher than where we would like to lock in 30-year debt. And so we did this in 21, where we went and we solicited bids from different banks. Generally, they tend to be the Wall Street banks that have large amounts of capital that they can pledge. But we do what we call an interim credit facility. And we're going to be coming back this summer once we've evaluated the proposals and kind of showing you the structure and the costs that would be associated with it. But what that allows us to do is it allows us not to go to the bond market this summer, delay it for another year. It's going to be a very busy summer. A lot of airports specifically were on the sideline thinking rates would be lower this year. And then whenever there's a presidential election, there's always a rush to the market. So it'll be a very busy summer. So by doing an interim credit facility, It's expected to be around $300 million. It does allow us to delay locking in higher than expected interest rates for 30-year debt. So just wanted to point that out. If we go to the next slide. So this is a really busy slide. I don't plan on going over all of these line items, but this is kind of the financial health of the airport. And we've always presented it to council where, what did we tell you we were going to budget in fiscal year 24? Then based on 6 months worth of data, where do we think we're going to end fiscal year 24? That's the forecast number. And then what are we requesting for our fiscal year 25 budget? And you'll see operating revenues, they're up $130 million. You're going to see this is primarily through rates and charges to the airlines, but there is some growth when it comes to the non-aeronautical or kind of any revenues not associated with the airlines, parking, food and beverage, things to that nature. You will see that operating expenses, we'll dive into this later, but it's set to increase $23 million, and we'll go over those highlights. But at the end of the day, you kind of go down to the bottom, the increase to airport reserves, and that's the number we're really focused on. And sometimes there's timing issues. When you do capital projects, it may be a multi-year project. We've got to budget it up front, and if those construction funds haven't been expended, you may not be getting kind of those grant allocations from the FAA. We were expecting $10 million when we did our budget. It's looking like $80 million. And that's what we're really doing to fund all of these other projects that are outside the terminal and the concourse build out. It's all the airfield projects, it's all of the hangar development, whether it's on the east side of the international airport, whether it's putting sewer and water out at the Tooele Valley Airport. And so we use those sources, so we're not bonding for those, or we're just using cash reserves to finance those projects. But you'll see all the different revenue sources from interest expense to grants and passenger facility charges and the interest income associated with that. So the next slide, this is really what drives our revenue, and it's really how many people are flowing through the airport. We call that an in-plane passenger, somebody getting on a plane. You'll often hear total passengers. That's somebody getting on or off a plane. At the end of the day, we like them both. If they're getting off a plane, they're probably renting cars. If you're getting on a plane, you're probably parking or you're using the food and retail establishments there. But we can kind of see the V-shaped recovery from the pandemic, but we can continue to see growth year over year, with these employments. And these are really, we ask the airlines, tell us what number to expect. We can kind of monitor it on a monthly basis based on actual results. But when we do our budget, we have a deadline of January 1st. And
I have to do this again. I've done this every time. Oh, sorry, during his presentation. But that little drop there that you see from 2019 to 2021 actually happened in a period of about 2 weeks. And I just say that to underscore what a volatile business it is that we're in. And I think it's one of the reasons why we've taken such steps to really ensure that we have the financial strength to live through moments like this. And we were fortunate to be in the midst of this large capital program so that we did have large capital reserves. But then we came to the council, got permission to get a revolving line of credit, as we're doing again, which is just, I think, prudent more than anything else.
Yeah. So, but you can see we're going to go from where we think an all-time high of 13.6 million employments to about 14.4 million employments this coming year. So we think it could be higher if, the airlines had pilots and aircraft. But this is not an optimistic number. This is a number that we feel really good about going forward. So if we go to the next slide, this is really kind of the slide that talks about all the allocations we get from the FAA. And I talked about Bill. Most of these funds are going to fund that taxiway uniform in Victor, which is north of Concourse B. And so you'll see we've actually been awarded the first 3 years. It's every year they award it based on employments, cargo, and operations. And so it's typically right around $25 million that we can expect. And then the FAA did something they've never done before. Normally, they don't invest in terminal building concourses Well, they came out with a special program called the Airport Terminal Program, where there's $1 billion every year that airports can compete for. It's going to fund Phase 4, the 16-gate expansion. In 2023, we've been awarded $30 million. They've since notified us that some airports have not been able to use all of their funds, so they're awarding us another $4 million on top of that. They did just recently award us another $20 million. And then depending on the timing of when they get out their next award, if they can get it before the presidential election, we think we have about another $15 million in cost. The problem with any cost or allocations after that is the steel's already out of the ground and we've already expended it. And so it would go to any other airport that is just starting a new project. But at the end of the day, you can see just how much the FAA and the federal government continues to support and expand kind of the capital development.
How long does that funding last?
So once it's awarded, you have 4 years to complete the project.
And that should be difficult for us.
No, I mean, as Bill mentioned, in 2026 we'll be done with all of this.
Right.
So if we go to the next slide, this is really kind of talking about the airline revenues. What do we charge the airlines to operate here? And as I alluded to earlier, there's no longer any of the COVID relief funds, and we have a new airline use agreement. And that's, in particular, you'll see that's happening, or the increases in the terminal rents. So in fiscal year 24, we thought landing fees should be $62 million. Well, our operating expenses have come in lower than what we had budgeted, so we actually only need to collect from the airlines $55 million, but it's going to go up to $90 million this coming year. The big impact is really in the terminal rents. $120 million this year, it's going to go to $212 million. And in the past, we had a rate structure where it was based on leasable space. We said we needed guarantees to generate enough revenue, so we actually have a fixed cost component. It's 82% of all the terminal costs, where in the past it used to be around 67%. And again, the airline supported it. We did all the forecast pro formas, showed them what the cost would be in the future. And again, every airline was supportive of this. They've all signed the agreement. It just goes into effect come January 1st. One of the things that Sam and Bill mentioned is this passenger incentive rebate. And so this has always been a part of our airline use agreement. It's a way to incentivize not just Delta, but any air carrier to bring more passengers to Salt Lake City. And it's really, if you bring another passenger, in the past you would get $1 per passenger. Well, now we're upping it to $1.40 to make it a little bit more lucrative. When we negotiated in 2014, that's not the value of the dollar is not the same as in 2024. And so that's kind of the thought process behind it. So we are going to give them another $7 million back in rent credits towards their terminal, but you can see how much more they're already paying in the terminal. So at the end of the day, it does support the airport. It gives us financial certainty that we can go to the rating agencies, we can go to the investors, and we can have a really good credit rating and be able to borrow those money. So that's the story on the airline revenues. If we go to the next slide, this is really all the other revenues that we generate at the airport. And I know there's always a lot of focus on auto parking. It is our number one revenue stream outside of the airlines. And if you were to go to the airport today, I don't know if we've officially closed the garage, but I know on levels 3, 4, and 5, we were less than 75 stalls. What we're seeing is the business travelers are coming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we're constantly having to close the garage. We're allowing people to park on level 2, which is usually reserved for the meter greeters coming to greet loved ones. And then, when that's full, we're actually having to send them out to the economy lot, which is an issue because somebody that's parking in the garage normally expects to go through clear or pre-check, grab their flight in less than an hour. And if all of a sudden they're having to circle and get on a bus and come in, it's very likely that they're going to miss their flight. In order to combat that, we did propose in the consolidated fee schedule to raise the maximum amount we can charge in the parking garage. Right now, it's $35 per day if you were to park in the garage. We have asked to go up to $45 a day. We're really trying to change behavior. We're really trying to promote mass transit, family and loved ones to drop you off at the airport. But our intent really is not to go straight to $45. We're really planning to go, and we'll publish this on the website, effective July 1st, we're going to start charging $40. We're going to monitor it. We're going to see how how much does that impact the consumer behavior? How elastic is a $5 increase? The thing I will point out is we're not changing the rates that we charge in the economy lot. So if you're going to go park and you don't want to pay the increased fare, you still have the same option to go park surface lot, $12 a day. You can get on a bus, or there are places you can walk into the terminal. But as you can see, this really is an impact of, we just have a lot of people parking at the airport. And, if you're out there for fall break, spring break, Thanksgiving holidays, we run out of parking. And it's not just us, it's all the off-airport parking providers that are doing that. And so we wanted to make you aware of that. We're open to any comments you may have on the proposed increases to the parking rates. But you can continue to see that, with more passengers, you're going to have more food and beverage. More people are buying those, and we continue to bring on more restaurants as we open up more gates. And I would say our concessions, our properties director does a really good job engaging the local community. So we don't just have the national brands there, but I know like on phase 3, which are the gates that we're going to open up this fall, we have one of these soda shops, that you can get your soda and flavorings and sugar cookies. It's very unique to Utah. It's starting to catch on, but that's going to be represented in the airport as well as other brands. And so as consumers have more options to choose, that revenue stream continues to do very well. All the other ones tend to be pretty consistent. Ground transportation fees, we're seeing Uber and Lyfts. They continue to do very well at the airport. But you can see we're increasing our concession revenue or non-aeronautical revenue by $15 million. So that's kind of the revenue side. If we get into the expenditures, you can kind of see, if we go to the next slide, kind of the differences between the current budget year and next year. So a big component of this is salaries and benefits, and we're going to talk about the new positions we're requesting, but it's set to increase about $5 million. A lot of our maintenance contracts, moving walkways, all the cleaning of these facilities, as we add scope and square footage, these just naturally are increasing as well. You do see from intergovernmental charges, that's really police, fire, services, HR, legal, that get charged to the airport. Those are set to increase by about $4.5 million. A large part of that's going to be police, and we'll cover that on the next slide. And then with additional facilities, utilities continue to increase slightly. I will say we're LEED Gold certified. We do a really good job on energy consumption, water conservation. It's just a matter of more passengers going through the facility and bringing on more facilities there. So again, we're going up $23 million in our operating expenses. But if we go to the next slide, it really is the highlights. Like, okay, how do you break down that $23 million? So as Bill alluded to, we're actually going to be authorizing 25 new airport employees. These range from operations, maintenance. We have some in our planning department, some in our information technology. There's a big focus on cybersecurity. And so we're just bringing on additional staff to really right-size the facility. These were always planned to not bring them on right when we opened, but as we opened up facilities, we would incrementally bring on these staff. You will see, based on labor negotiations, we didn't know what police would end up at, so we put a placeholder in. But based on that, and including 6 new officers at the airport, it's going to go up $2.8 million for the services that they provide. For the existing airport employees, we did assume a 5% cost of living adjustment. We work with Mary Beth and her team to kind of understand what is being proposed, realizing we're putting our budget together in January. At the time, we were told to expect 6.5% insurance. I understand that's kind of been negotiated down, but because we had already kind of presented this to our airport advisory board and the airlines, we just kept it the way it is. If it comes in less, that's good news to the airport as well as the airlines, just meaning we don't have to charge as much. When it comes to cleaning the facilities, the janitorial scope is about $3.1 million for the central tunnel, as well as the 5 additional gates we're going to be doing. And then Bill alluded to this, but we opened in September of 2020. It's now 5 years old by the time we start this budget year. And so things need to be replaced, especially technology. And so there's 2 components. We're actually doing a $1.8 million upgrade to all of our radios so they're operable with the new radio system that the state's mandating. And then some recorders. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of recorders though, but it's 1.6 million. And then as far as kind of the chemicals that we use during the winter, we always average that out, but the cost of chemicals are increasing, and so that's what's really driving the increase in the chemicals and salt budget. It's not that we're necessarily using more, it's just it's costing us more to get those here to Salt Lake City. And then just to note, we are the fixed-based operator at the West Jordan Airport. What that means is we're responsible for everything, including all the fuel cells. General aviation activity is going through the roof, and so we're consuming a lot more fuel, and we're buying a lot more fuel. So there is a revenue offset to this budget increase, but that is there. And then finally, there is, as we work with Aaron Bentley and his team, there are a lot of services they provide. So there's about $1 million that we're increasing the budget for the IMS allocation to the airport. The next slide, really, it's to kind of talk about the airport. I know you can't see it, but it just says we have 8 divisions. It kind of lists out the divisions. It talks about us requesting 25 new FTEs, which does not include the 6 additional police officers. That comes from the general fund, but we do pay for those. But if all of these budget requests are approved, it would bring the airport up to 660 full-time employees with 4.3 part-time employees. So the next slide, and there's only a couple left, and then we can give you a quick update and then answer any questions you have, is the capital equipment. Generally, we try to cash fund about $10 million worth of capital equipment, but in the top right-hand corner, you'll see that there's a $7.2 million line item for electric buses. There are a lot of opportunities that the FAA has when it comes to environmental grants, and so we're pursuing those. We were awarded grants for 4 electric buses, and so we are going to put in another application for 6 buses as we slowly transition away from our compressed natural gas fleet to electric buses, and we're putting in infrastructure. You can imagine this isn't a Tesla that you're trying to charge. It does require really big charging stations, and we're starting on that project. But again, if we don't get the grant, we wouldn't go purchase these electric buses, but if the grant's there, they're going to pay 75% of the cost. We have the 25% match available, and we'll go ahead and pursue that. But the rest of these, you can kind of see we're buying a snow blower, a jet broom, and we really work with our maintenance department. They make equipment last very long at the airport, and they basically will tell me when did they purchase it, how many hours has the machine run, or how many miles is on the vehicle, and basically what's the repairs versus, just replacing it. And so we always break it down between what are we replacing versus what are we buying brand new. And those stats are there for you for your review. And then the last part of the budget is our capital improvement program. Generally, we cash fund about $40 to $50 million worth of capital improvement programs. What you're seeing is we're actually requesting about $150 million. And that's because of these big projects that tend to be multi-year in length. And we got to secure the budget approvals upfront, not only with City Council, but with the airlines. They're the ones that vote on these projects. And if they don't agree with any of these projects, they're the ones that kind of have that say to say, hey, we don't think you need to be doing this specific project. On the left-hand side, we say of the $150 million, about $92 million is going to be funded with grants. A lot of it's in that bill funding that we're getting with the Uniform and Victor, but about $56 million of it will be coming from the airport cash reserves. And then we always break it down because that's how we charge the airlines. Is it being used on the airfield? Is it being at an auxiliary airport? If it's in West Jordan, the airlines aren't going to pay for that. That's kind of our responsibility. And then the land side and other projects. So the list of the capital projects, you'll see on the next page, 135 million are airfield projects. It's primarily the Uniform and Victor, the tunnel and roadway realignment, as well as the actual construction of the taxi lanes. And then we have some other airfield work for taxiways, runways, and we're actually getting started to do the environmental assessment for extending the length of one of our runways. This is really important, not just for international routes, but it's really important for the domestic routes, because if you're here in a hot day and because of the elevation and the length of our runways, airlines can't put as much cargo or passengers on the plane, and they're actually kicking people off. And, you know, I experienced this myself when I was traveling last summer, where they kept offering up to $1,000 and people still were not getting off the airplane. And if we extend the runway, which it's going to be a 5-year process, it's a full environmental assessment review. We work very closely with the FAA because we understand wetlands are to the north that would be impacted. But we're starting that process, and this is kind of the money set aside to start the EA environmental process review. You'll see that we continue to invest in our other airports in West Jordan. We're doing some taxi lanes, some pavement preservation, and apron expansion. And then we're putting in additional electric vehicle charging stations along with those electric buses. And then on the other side, we're actually doing some demolition to make way for some of these corporate hangars where they're responsible for all the construction costs. We charge them ground rent, but you know, we need to kind of get rid of old and outdated facilities. So that's all on the budget. If you'll indulge me, I'll quickly go through a couple slides on just the project where we're at, just so you guys know. This first slide, it's really kind of a phasing slide to tell you when does everything get completed at the airport. And everything in yellow is already open today. You'll see that the central tunnel and those first 5 blue gates, they open this fall, October 22nd. We'd love to have you guys come out when we do that. It's always fun to have you at the ribbon cutting ceremonies. And then a year later, we open all the gates in pink and then in purple. The 5 gates in purple, those are actually part of the 16-gate expansion. So they're going to be coming online. And then in the fall of 2026, the remaining 11 gates out on Concourse B will be done. And then we're actually done building for a little while. That doesn't mean we're not doing airfield work or, you know, other work at the airport, but when it comes to the main terminal, the concourse is what we started in 2014 will officially be done. So the next slide kind of just gives you 2 pictures. The first one's the Central River Tunnel. We're going to have a little event in September where we kind of celebrate getting ready to open this. If you haven't been down there, it's spectacular. It is very, very, very blue, I will say. But I think it will be a very pleasant experience for the passengers. And then we dedicated the peaks last year, but this is a picture that was taken when it was snowing. It just looks magnificent, especially when it's at nighttime. I didn't put a picture of the Hoberman Arch. That's equally as impressive, and we're really hopeful that we can add a future Olympic date onto the Hoberman there. So the last slide really kind of just shows you what the airport looks like today, and this is taken from the northeast. So what you're looking at, oh, you got a different one. But this is from the southwest, I guess. You can see kind of Concourse A there. You can see the 16-gate expansion. That's where no building is. And then the phase 3 that we're opening, that's just to the left of it. So with that, happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Thank you. I feel a little ahead of the game because I get to go to the monthly meetings. So council, any other questions since you're seeing this for the first time? Councilmember Dugan.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate the briefing, and I'm looking forward to the blue.
It's beautiful.
The blue tour. So that's great. You know, parking. I mean, that's of course I'd be asking about parking. I mean, I love that we're using our parking, and I love the that's filling up, but that is also the issue there. And you know, we've had the conversations. We've talked about extending the public transportation out there for the employees. And in your presentation, it talks about the augmented bus and travels on 5600. Is that going to run 7 days a week from 4 a.m.? No, from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. or no, 1 a.m. to whatever it is. Is it going to be 7 days a week? And how much is that cost coming from the airport or the city to make those augmented changes?
So this is what Brady's been working with UTA. We have the responses here.
Yeah.
To my understanding, it's all funded through UTA. No city resources or airport resources are being expended for this. Sorry, I wasn't really talking into the microphone. So we've been collaboratively working with UTA ever since we came to you last year with our budget proposal, because we did propose, an employee parking lot on the old golf course. And so those conversations are really ongoing. And our Director of Planning and Sustainability has kind of been leading those efforts. So I know there was a bunch of questions. We had him respond to those directly,
Yeah.
and I know that's what you're referring to.
Right.
I don't have the specific details, but if you give me the exact questions, I can get a follow-up response to you.
Yeah, my one question is just, is it 24/7? Basically, I know the hours were just, there was a couple hours during the middle of the night that you weren't running.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
basically 24/7, and that's my concern because the employees work, the airport runs 24/7.
And the key is to hit our shift times, and I'm
Right.
pretty sure that'll accomplish that. And as for pricing, just based on what I know about UTA pricing, it'll be very competitive with every other access product available to the airport, because today it is the least cost by a large order of magnitude. But bus service, we love Trax, and it has a really valuable service for the community and for the airport. But bus service just touches all of those areas of the community that Trax doesn't. So it's really important to us, and we're very hopeful.
And can you also, thank you very much. Can you also, because I'm all for being, full steam ahead here. And the same thing on the on-demand. We talked about on-demand. It goes out to 2200 West. We wanted to extend it into the airport. Where do we sit on increasing the on-demand footprint?
That I'm not sure about, unless you've got something right there.
Because I can't. I'm asking that really more for the public, because I'm not sure if the public's
Yeah,
following.
and we'll get back to you too as
Okay.
well.
Thank you, Councilmember Pui.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work. I get to travel quite a bit, and I am no bias about this. It's the most efficient airport I've been in this country. Thank you for the work that you put on to make that happen. Flights leave on time, come back on time. Everything runs very smooth, and it's just impressive. So I want to start with that. A few questions from some of my neighbors that I did a brief research, now that I any knowledgeable after that, and relates to lead and gas that we provide to the planes. And there is, for what I understand, there is a goal, but it's not. I don't know if airports have to abide by that goal, and what is our progress to remove or to provide lead-free gas to our planes here.
So at International, which is probably the source of your question, 98% of the fuel is actually provided by the carriers themselves directly, and it's Jet A, which does not fall into that category. Lead comes into play for smaller GA aircraft, piston-driven aircraft in particular, and there has been really for some time a move afoot nationally to just reduce lead in avgas to the greatest extent possible. And again, we don't provide fuel directly to the airlines, but if you own a small piston-driven aircraft, you might not have any choice in the fuel that you use. There are growing alternatives, and I believe that some of those are now available here in Salt Lake. But really, this is a function more for the fixed-based operators and, in our case, the airlines, although the commercial airlines really don't use, they use jet fuel, which is different. It's a different product.
Yeah. So, but this, fuel that contains lead is used by the smaller
yes,
planes.
you'd find it at like Tooele and South Valley. You would see more of it.
But we do see some of those in the main airport, right?
Limited, because those type of aircrafts are slowly moving off the airfield, which, to be honest, is what ought to happen, because they just don't. They shouldn't be domiciled at an international airport.
Yeah. And because of our relation to those other two airports, and when you mention about the lack of options, is there anything that the airport can do to provide some of those options, or to facilitate some of those options, led as it's very bad, and
Yeah.
it's bad for everybody
Well,
that lives around them.
It's an ongoing process, and we've been very much involved in that. And so I don't know this for a fact, but I'd be willing to bet that this community sees less of that than other communities of like size, just because we happen to own these three airports and have been very motivated to do that.
Okay. I'm curious to learn more about that. And another question from one of my neighbors was, do we monitor the water usage for the car rental facilities, and if there are goals to re-realize or be more efficient about that, since apparently they consume quite a bit of water every time they
They
wash a
do.
car.
They consume a fair amount of water, but they also reuse a lot of their water, which is, I think, important to note. And it's one of the advantages of having these consolidated rental car facilities, is they can afford to invest in that technology.
And ultimately, I appreciate you looking into those things. And as far as the cost of the parking structure, I think that we should go as high as you can, but I also hope that there is a learning opportunity, maybe even through the ticket. When you print the ticket, maybe you can figure out a way of working out with UTA a little discount code that will offer so you learn, everybody learns to use public transportation instead of driving to the airport. Certainly, I need to do a little better as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Horton.
Thank you. I just had a question about, and I'm sorry if you covered this somewhere in your presentation. I was trying to listen and look for it, but on the FY24 actuals for capital expenses, it was only like 57,900, but it was expected to be 188,000.
Let's see. So you're on the main
Page
income overview of changes slide.
Yeah.
So that's in millions of dollars, not thousands. So
so
we had
it is.
budgeted $188 million.
That's a comma.
We
Part
could
of
have
that,
rounded up to that number.
part of that is the uniform and Victor. We're still doing the design work for it. It just has not actually had shovels in the ground on it, as well as the employee parking lot on Wing Point. Again, we're still doing a lot of the design, the environmental, working with the Corps of Engineers. So we budgeted it, we got approval, we just haven't actually expended those funds.
But is it, like, are we really behind on that? Like,
No, these were always envisioned to be 3 to 4 year projects. And so when we budget it, and if you look in our budget book, we always say, here's the total cost, here's when we're going to start construction, and here's when we're going to end construction. And so these always were envisioned to be multi-year projects.
okay, so it's not like there's like 120 million
No, I wish.
just like chilling. Okay.
I mean, it's chilling. It's in our cash reserves, and it's
Right.
earning 5%.
We know where it's going to come from. It's not.
Chilling in an
But it's
unencumbered
spoken
kind of
for.
way.
Right.
Okay. And then my second question was just, I don't remember if it was last year or maybe just last fall, but I asked about active transit to the airport, and that I heard from a couple of airport employees that actually live close enough because we have an airport that they actually can bike.
We're working on that.
Great.
Yeah. There will be facilities to accommodate that.
Perfect. Thank you.
We're actually having to do a lot of work down on the roadway, because if you've taken Uber to the airport lately, for example, you may find yourself having to wait in line as they're moving up. And it's twofold. One, we've actually been doing some construction work out there, but the other is the roadway itself is just way more congested than anyone would have anticipated at this point in the development of the project. So we're going to be extending that as well. And as a part of that, we'll be adding facilities for people who want to ride their electric bikes to the airport and make sure they're secure.
Love that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, one more question just on the reserves. You said that right now you're forecasting to be, or budgeting 78 million in the reserves, 78.8 million. Is that healthy? Is that on the slim side? Because I think in 24 you said it was at 10 million and it ended up at 80.
It's definitely on the healthy side, but when we did the new airline use agreement, we always projected this and we shared it with the airlines. We need to generate this because of all of these other capital projects. But we also make commitments to the rating agencies that will always maintain at least a year's worth of our operating expenses. And so, you know, when you have a $223 million budget, that's always sitting on the side, you know, actively invested in safe investments earning interest. But we're trying to replenish that. I would say before we started this project, you know, the previous airport director had it up to like 1,500 days of cash on hand. It was just a ginormous reserve, knowing that we were going to spend it on the project.
Yeah, it was accumulated for that purpose, just to be fair.
Yeah,
right?
and so now we're kind of in the industry standard.
Yeah.
You know, 365 to 500 days of cash on hand is a pretty healthy balance for airports.
And there's a provision in our airline use agreement that requires the airlines to stand right behind us. If something should happen untoward to us, they're on the hook to pay our obligations.
We talked about the daily parking rate going up. What does it do to the hourly?
Hourly staying the same.
It'll stay the same. Okay.
It's just the daily maximum.
You know, it's a real challenge because a lot of people who park in the garage, not on level 2 necessarily, but otherwise, are just sending the bill to their employers. And so this is a function to see, you know, can we manage the pain point a little bit to be sure that there is always room in the short-term facility.
All right, council. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, continuing on our trend of early, I see everyone is here for our next thing, which is the Metro Water District 24-25 budget. I'm going to welcome Sam Owen to stay at the table. And then Annalie Muncy, who's the Metro Water General Manager, and Tom Godfrey, everyone's favorite board chair, is here to join us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy stores, treats, and conveys culinary water supplies for Salt Lake City and Sandy City. This year, the district is proposing a property tax increase, which would generate new property tax revenue from Salt Lake City taxpayers of an estimated $6.77 million. Cost impact, that's new property tax revenue, so a total of about $15 million from Salt Lake City residents altogether. Cost impact from the tax proposal to a residential property of approximately median value in Salt Lake City would be about $49 per year. The district is here to talk through their budget proposal with an emphasis on the property tax proposal, as well as the estimated $117.9 million in new capital projects. The increase would help fund. The district's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget is $100.3 million in revenue and expenditures, including the one-year capital projects budget of $45.9 million, up from last year's $16.4 million. The proposed budget includes a planned bond issue of $24.3 million. Thank you. You just ask. Yeah, it's remotely good.
Lights on. Okay. Thank you, council members, for your time today and an opportunity for me to present the Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy, our fiscal year 25 budget. So as an overview, next slide. As an overview, I'll provide an overview of the district. I know many of you are familiar with this, but there's some new faces. We'll also review our sources and our uses of funds. And then, as Sam Owen mentioned, I'll talk about the proposed increase to the certified tax rate. And then, as always, I'm happy to answer any questions. Next slide. Okay, start with the overview. Next slide. So our board is made up of 7 trustees. 5 of the trustees are appointed by Salt Lake City's councils. So this is Tom Godfrey is our chair. I also wanted to also recognize with us is Pat Comerell. She's on the picture, but she's also here in person. She represents Salt Lake City, as well as Cindy Cromer is also here. I wanted to recognize them. John Mabey and Joan DiGiorgio also represent Salt Lake City on Metro's board and appreciate their service. The trustees serve for 4-year terms that can be renewed by this council's approval. Next slide. So I don't know that I've showed for a while the map of our service area, but you can see that it covers Salt Lake City, Sandy City. Some areas are not part of our service area, so the tan area. We also provide water on a surplus basis to Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District, as well as some irrigators. And then when there's opportunity for water, then we can sell to other agencies. Next slide. So the Metropolitan Water District has a water supply from several different sources, which really helps with resiliency and being reliable to Salt Lake City and Sandy City. So our major source of water is the Provo River Project. So that is water that is in Deer Creek Reservoir. And on a full allotment, we would have 61,900 acre feet available. Then we have Central Utah Project water that is stored in Jordanelle Reservoir, and the district has purchased 20,000 acre feet, so we're a subscriber to that water. Then we also have, as part of Central Utah Project, the Utah Lake System, and that is water from Strawberry Reservoir, and Salt Lake City has a preferential right of 3,100 acre feet. Then with Little Cottonwood Creek, which is at the base of, or the water, our plant is at the base of Little Cottonwood Creek, Salt Lake City and Sandy City have water rights of 20,000 acre feet. We also have water from Ontario Drain Tunnel. It's a Sandy City preferential right of 20, and then Bell Canyon of 900. So for a total year, and this is a typical year of 108,700. And in most years with water conservation, we're not using all that water, and we're able to store a lot of the Provo River Project water in the reservoir. Next slide. So for water treatment, we have 2 facilities. We have the Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant located in Cottonwood Heights at the base of the canyon there. It has a design capacity of 150 million gallons per day. It was constructed in 1960. It's considered a conventional water treatment plant. And I want to make this council aware that next year we will start design for rebuild of this plant. We do have seismic concerns with the plant, and so we are in that process. The source for this plant is the Salt Lake Aqueduct and the Little Cottonwood Creek. Then we have a second plant at Point of the Mountain Water Treatment Plant in Draper. Its design capacity is 7 million gallons. It was finished in 2007. And we typically use this plant during the peak period, which is in the summer, or if for some reason we needed to shut down the Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant, then we could start up the Point of the Mountain. And its sources are the Provo River Aqueduct and the Jordan Aqueduct. Next slide. So for water conveyance, we have the Salt Lake Aqueduct, the picture on the left. It's 42 miles long. It conveys water from Deer Creek Reservoir to the Salt Lake Valley. It started construction in 1930 and was finished in 1951. It has an inside diameter of 69 inches, 84 inches outside diameter, and it's reinforced concrete pipe. And it crosses 3 counties and 12 cities, and each of the sections are 20-foot sections. So one of the projects that we are funding in our budget is to put a parallel line to the Salt Lake Aqueduct, which would be a steel pipeline, which would be resilient and would not fail in an earthquake, as this aqueduct more than likely would in parts. The Point of the Mountain Aqueduct on the right, that is a steel pipeline that was completed in 2007. It's 12 miles of 60-inch diameter welded steel pipe, and it has a design capacity of 77 million gallons per day. And then there is a larger section of 2.5 miles. It's 84-inch diameter steel pipe, and it has a design capacity of 151 million gallons. And it connects the Point of the Mountain Water Treatment Plant with the Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant. Next slide. So I wanted to highlight the Cottonwoods Connection. This is one of the reasons we are trying to generate more revenue. The Cottonwoods Connection is a new pipeline that will parallel the Salt Lake Aqueduct that will connect Big Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant, which is the Salt Lake City facility, with our Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant. And this shows a very high level view of where the pipeline will be installed, but we currently had pipe delivered this last week in 50-foot sections, and we are starting that process of installing that parallel pipeline, which will really be a benefit when Salt Lake City needs to rebuild their Big Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant. We'll be able to treat the water from Big Cottonwood Canyon at our Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant. Next slide. So for water storage, we have several reservoirs. There's one at the Point in the Mountain in Draper. We also have a 9 million gallon reservoir in Cottonwood Heights near our plant. I mean, actually, the 9 million is at our plant. That's the picture on the left. The 10 million gallon reservoir is just a few miles away, also in Cottonwood Heights. And then we have Terminal Reservoir, which you see off of 215 in Mill Creek City. It was rebuilt in 2018, mainly to address seismic issues with the previous reservoir. There's 4 cells, a total of 48 million gallons of water it can hold, and has the ability to expand to another 11 million gallons. Next slide. I also wanted to highlight the Jordan Aqueduct system. So Metro is 2/7 owners of the Jordan Aqueduct, Jordan Valley Water Treatment Plant and Reservoir. And that is another one of the reasons why we are requesting an increase to our certified tax rate, because this plant, this is a picture of the Jordan Valley Water Treatment Plant in Bluffdale. It has been going through seismic upgrades, and so they're passing on our 2/7 portion to us, so there's costs associated with that. So we share in the capital as well as the O&M with that facility. And this facility does have the ability to, or the Jordan Aqueduct system delivers water to the northwest quadrant of Salt Lake City, or Salt Lake. Next slide. So that was just a kind of an overview. I know you've seen those slides before. Now I want to dive into our budget for fiscal year 25 and first go over our sources and uses of funds. Next slide. Okay. So our current fiscal year, our water sales make up approximately 50% of our revenue, and property taxes and assessments make up the other quarter, 25% each, and then we have miscellaneous revenue. So the big difference in our tentative budget that was approved by our board in April is that the water sales are going up 3%, so it goes up to 24 million, but property taxes, the 20 million represents a proposed increase to our certified tax rate. And so that proposed increase would generate $8.4 million. And I'll go over what that money is going to be used for, but again, it's for capital projects. The assessment portion is also going up, and that's going up by 13 million. That will be assessed to Salt Lake City, but it's for their portion of the Cottonwoods Connection pipeline, which is a pipeline that will that starts at Big Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant and goes down Foothill to where it joins up with the Salt Lake Aqueduct. And then this represents, as Sam mentioned, bonding for the project. So we'll receive almost 25 million in bonding to fund these projects. Next slide. So for uses of funds, overall, we've been able to maintain a lot of our costs. So our O&M costs associated with maintaining the plants and the facilities is going up 1.3 million. Our capital projects, a significant increase there is part of this Cottonwoods Connection project. And along with that, we have the associated principal and interest. So principal is going from 11 million to 15 million, and then interest up 1.6 million. So as Sam mentioned, our total budget is increasing from 51 million to 100 million, and that is mainly associated with those increase in costs as well as the capital project of the Cottonwoods Connection. Next slide. Just wanted to highlight some of these. So our overall O&M is going up 6.45%. Our salary and wages, we have a 4% merit in the budget, as well as 3 new FTEs. We have our full-time equivalent employees. Then we have our interest expense that's going up. Our Provo River Water Users Association, so they have costs. Those are some of the costs we're also trying to cover with the increase to the certified tax rate. Our employee benefits are actually kind of stable, as well as our chemicals. And chemical costs can fluctuate depending on the chemical itself and then the amount of water we think we're going to treat that year. Contract service is a slight increase. Utilities, a lot of that increase is due to natural gas. I think probably we've all seen those increases to our natural gas bills. The administrative fees, those are tied to the Central Utah project, and I'll highlight those. And then just general insurance, which is our liability and workers' comp, we're seeing a slight increase. Next slide. So for water sales, we've projected a 3% increase to our member cities. And I think when I met with you last month, we talked about that if the councils do not approve the district certified tax rate, then in order to generate that same amount of money, we would have to increase the water rates, the 36.33. So it'd be 36.33 plus the 3% we already had budgeted. So it'd be a total of a 39.33% increase to water rates. We do the same increase to any non-member entities. So we use any sales to non-member entities to help surplus those costs to our member cities. And we do have this fixed water rate that supports conjunctive water use. We really want the cities to utilize the surface water while it's available and rest our aquifers. And this provides predictability for the district as well as the member cities. Next slide. Okay, you can go into the next one. Okay, so for the property tax, we are proposing to reestablish the certified tax rate to 0.0035. The last time the district increased our certified tax rate was in 2008, and at that time we set the rate at 0.0035. So since 2008, over those 15-16 years, that rate has eroded as the value of the properties has increased. So Salt Lake City's current year tax rate is 0.002. Our fiscal year 25 tentative budget proposes to reestablish or increase the rate to 0.0035 in order to generate $8.5 million. And as Sam mentioned, based on the median value of homes in Salt Lake City and the current tax rate, currently your citizens are paying about $63.36 with an increase of 0.0035, which is a 75% increase. That annual amount will go to $110, which is an annual amount of $47.52, or just less than $4 increase per month for for those that pay a tax in Salt Lake City. Next slide. So these are set up in columns. So the first column, again, is the Cottonwoods Connection Project. This is a metro project, so it's one that Metropolitan Water District, Salt Lake City, and Sandy City are cooperatively working on. Metro is funding it. It is a project to address the aging infrastructure and the seismic resiliency of the Salt Lake Aqueduct. Our annual cost is about $2.27 million. It is rising as we've bid for these different projects, but that's what we have in the budget. The second column is the Deer Creek Intake Project. This is a cost from another agency. It is funded by the Provo River Water Users Association. They are the local sponsor for the Deer Creek project. This is a required project to replace the aging dam infrastructure that delivers 85,000 acre-feet of water to the Salt Lake Valley. And I tried to circle the picture. That is the original inlet, and that is what they're addressing. That was completed, I think, in 1935, and so this project is creating a second inlet so that there's reliability and resiliency with the dam. And the district's portion is $1.24 million. The next I addressed earlier is the Jordan Aqueduct. system. Again, this is a cost from Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District, but we do have our percent, our 2/7%. Our annual cost on an average has been around $5 million, and that's to address their capital projects of aging infrastructure as well as any of their O&M. And then the last column is our Central Utah project. That's a picture of Jordanelle Reservoir. So this is a cost from the Central Utah Water Conservancy District, and it's related to expenses to our investment in the Central Utah project. And that annual cost is $1.5 million. So you can see there's a $10 million need. The property tax is getting us close to it, but we'll be using other of our reserve funds to pay for those increased costs. Next slide. I think that's the end of my presentation, council members.
Thank you. Council members? Yes, Councilwoman Young.
Yes, thank you. So I really appreciate the thoughtfulness in which you have approached this over time. This isn't a surprise in terms of some of the information you've previously provided to council, and I'm grateful for the lead-in with that information. A question I have, just because I think the general public may have it, if we were not to take part in any of these efforts related to improving the infrastructure related to water, what would be the outcome of that? Like, what potential risks would we see?
I think just the reliability of the water being delivered to you, because a lot of these throughout the valley and Salt Lake City is experiencing it, as well as these Jordan Valley. We all have infrastructure that's been in 70 plus years, and we don't know when there's going to be an earthquake. And they tell us in the event of an earthquake, water will take the longest to restore, like 3 years. So you can't have a city without water, right? So that's what we're trying to plan ahead for is, okay, we need to replace this infrastructure. It's reaching the end of its life. And we want to make sure that we can continue to provide the water that is essential for life.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. I also am watching other cities across the nation who are experiencing failing water infrastructure and what that means for those citizens. And so I am grateful that you are bringing forward solutions so that we are not one of those cities that's headlined in national news related to individuals not being able to have access to clean water.
Thank you.
Council members? Councilmember Pui?
Quick question on the steel pipe you put in next to the Salt Lake Aqueduct.
Yes.
Well, is that the goal to just keep it as a backup? Is it? I'm just curious because a couple of years ago after the earthquake, we learned about. I mean, certainly I learned a lot more about our critical points, and this aqueduct breaking. It's a very scary situation for all of us. So, what is the goal about having that extra pipe? Is just to replace it? Or is the concrete one still going to be working? Or what is the goal here?
That's a great question. So initially, the pipeline will be used to convey water from Big Cottonwood Creek, so untreated water, to our water treatment plant at Little Cottonwood. Does that make sense? So while they're rebuilding their plant, that water will be piped to our plant so we can treat it. After Big Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant is rebuilt, then it will it will be changed into a finished water pipeline, which means mainly we just disinfect it and we change a few little things, and then it will be a parallel pipeline for delivering water, and so they'll both be used to deliver finished water. So yes, it will still serve two purposes.
Two purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And if the concrete one were to fail, hopefully not, it could be shut down, correct?
Yeah. So it is being, the parallel pipeline, the new steel one, will be able to assume enough capacity to provide water, right? Does that make sense? So it won't completely replace the Salt Lake Aqueduct, where we don't know it's going to fail. But in this particular location, I think it crosses the Wasatch fault line 3 times, so it's a very high, it's more dangerous location, right? And so having this parallel pipeline there, it's being built at the highest level to withstand an earthquake. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Council members? Thank you for the coordination you have to do between us and Sandy City. I know it's have a little bit of a more complex job because there are so many municipalities involved. Thanks for keeping us with clean drinking water. It's a year to breathe deep and make sure that we handle our business. So thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
With that, we're going to move on to the next item, still tracking about 15 minutes ahead. We'll move on to the next item. Sam, it is your day to inhabit the table, so just stay where you are. And then we're going to invite Laura Briefer, Director of Public Utilities. We'll be talking about the Great Salt Lake Park request for water service.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Salt Lake City has been approached by the Utah Department of Natural Resources Division of State Parks with a request to serve culinary water to the Great Salt Lake State Park. This would extend water service well outside the city's ordinance-defined water service area. The decision on water service is technically administrative. However, the administration seeks the feedback of the council on the policy aspects as well as potential precedent, risks, and possible benefits or exchange that accompany the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you, Council, for hearing this presentation today. I wanted to point out that we do have a representative for the Division of State Parks here today. We have Robert Roussel with Ensign Engineering right here. And then I also invited our attorney, Mark Cottrell, in case there are questions on the policy side. We do cover a few different regulatory policies in the question of supplying water outside of our designated water service area. So next slide, please. Just a little bit of background. From a regulatory standpoint, our Department of Public Utilities is both a public water system and a public water supplier. Those two terms have very particular meaning under the Safe Drinking Water Act, both the federal and state Safe Drinking Water Act, as well as Title 73 of Utah Code. And with those meanings, we have a lot of different policies that we need to comply with, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Our department provides water to more than 365,000 people within 141 square mile service area. And that service area was recently codified under 1716-005 of City Code as our official designated water service area. That codification followed a voter-approved amendment to a constitutional provision under municipal authorities related to water. With respect to the Utah Department of Natural Resources and the Division of State Parks, as you know, Department of Natural Resources is a state agency, and it's made up of a lot of different divisions that are charged with managing and protecting the state's natural resources. We work with almost every division of the Department of Natural Resources. We have a great relationship, whether it's with the State Engineer's Office and the Division of Water Rights, the Division of Water Resources, Division of Forest, Fire, and State Lands, and state parks we work closely with as well. The Division of State Parks manages the Great Salt Lake State Park, which includes the marina and Saltaire, along with other lands. And that's located within Salt Lake County, but right near the Tooele County border along the western edge of Salt Lake County. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see where that's located in comparison to the city's designated water service area. So the area outlined in green, that's our municipal city boundaries, and the area outlined in blue is the area which we serve water outside of our boundaries, and that's the area that's been codified within our city code. So we serve all of Salt Lake City. We serve portions of Mill Creek, Holiday, Cottonwood Heights, Murray, Midvale, and South Salt Lake in that blue portion. And you'll see that there's a marker where the Great Salt Lake Marina is. It's about 8 to 10 miles west of our designated water service area. Next slide, please. So Division of State Parks does have a pretty urgent need to update their water infrastructure. Some of this stems from the need to have adequate fire flows for the state park, including the marina, the need to repair and maintain existing infrastructure. Currently, their existing water system is provided by Stansbury Park Improvement District, which I believe has almost an equally long pipeline that would be required from us to get water to the park. Since that water line was constructed, I-80 freeway and Union Pacific Railroad tracks now lie above that water line. Also, that water line was buried with significant sediments the last time Great Salt Lake flooded, so it's very hard to get to and hard to maintain. State Parks did conduct a feasibility study of different alternative water systems that could serve the Great Salt Lake State Park, and they settled on our water system being their preferred alternative. I just want to also note that the Great Salt Lake State Park is not actually within any water service area that's like a designated water service area. So the alternatives that they looked at were well outside of, they were all pretty far away from the park. Next slide. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, the marina, it's quite a bit outside the limits, isn't it?
The Great Salt Lake State Park.
The marina.
Oh, the marina. Yes, it's about 8 to 10 miles outside of our city limits. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So we have talked with State Parks about a number of feasibility issues related to a pipeline that would extend about 8 to 10 miles from the current existing ends of our water system. We talked about the fact that they would need to do additional water treatment to be able to meet safe drinking water standards so far outside of, or so far away from where the water was last treated. There's water storage that would be needed to meet fire flow needs, and then it does represent an increased water demand on our system. Really, what I wanted to talk with you about are some of the policy issues that we saw. First and foremost is compliance with the state constitution. That's Article 11, Section 6. That's the portion of the state constitution that governs how municipalities manage their water resources. And first and foremost, the Constitution says that cities may not divest of any of their water resources or water rights, but it does have provisions in which cities may contract for water resources in the event that there are water resources that are available in excess of the needs of the city's water service area, or a city may exchange water rights or water resources so that the city remains whole with respect to water resources in their service area. And we talked a little bit about Salt Lake City Code, Chapter 17, 16005, which designates our water service pursuant to Article 11, Section 6 of the Constitution. And then just the responsibilities we have as a public water supplier and as a public water system under different regulations. And then the precedents with respect to pressures related to Salt Lake City's water supply. So a number of various policy issues. Maybe I'll stop right here in case there are any questions. I think I have one more slide here. Okay, next slide, please. So I've recommended that we accommodate, after careful review of the policy issues and the feasibility issues and discussion with State Parks, recommend that we accommodate the request with the contractual agreement, but have a number of conditions associated with that request. First of all, in order to maintain or to be whole with respect to our current and future water supply resources, I think we should require either a water right dedication or some kind of dedication of water supply in the equal amount to what would be used. I think that would give us the best compliance with the state constitution. State Parks has agreed that they would be responsible for meeting all Safe Drinking Water Act requirements on their portion of the system, and that the water line that would be built would be their responsibility to maintain, so that Salt Lake City Public Utilities isn't maintaining an 8 to 10 mile pipeline that serves one customer. Another condition would be that no additional future water connections are allowed on this line, that there would be compliance with our water shortage contingency plan, just like anyone else who uses our water resources in our system. All the existing water rates and fees would apply. And then we also had an idea that might be a great opportunity for both parties, where we could partner on some water conservation education or Great Salt Lake education as part of the contract. Of course, there is an option to deny the request. We don't have any obligation to serve water outside of our service area. However, I feel that the Great Salt Lake State Park offers a benefit to our community. We probably have community members who visit the state park, and again, Department of Natural Resources is a good partner to us as well.
Thank you so much. Council, questions? Councilmember Dugan?
Laura, thank you very much for the brief, and all your points just were all my questions. So you hit them all on the spot. So I appreciate that, and the thoughtfulness about almost being a good neighbor to a place in the middle of nowhere. So I think that's a nice gesture, and I think it's the right thing to do. But I think your points are all, we should be whole when we come out at the end. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate that this is a great exchange as you presented, as well as not only does it constitute us, but to make sure that the actual utility and apparatus of the pipeline is maintained by the state, by the Department of Natural Resources. So I'm in favor of this. I think this is great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Young?
Just a quick follow-up. So I'm very supportive of the plan you've outlined. What do we think the likelihood is that there's a water right that we could exchange?
I know that State Parks is looking at that right now. It could be a water right or a water share somewhere that we could exchange. So I don't know if Robert has any additional insight on that. Not at this time, he doesn't know.
Thank you. I'd just be interested in kind of what is identified related to the next steps on the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, I think the water right is exactly where my mind was going. So I feel like I might be a little bit smart if I'm thinking the same thing you're thinking, because you're a genius. So thank you so much for your hard work. I think Councilmember Dugan expressed my sentiment too, as water becomes more of a stressor, setting a precedent of being willing to be at the table and solve problems creatively that are still protective is a really great strategy. Yes, Councilmember Pui.
I changed my mind. A quick question. I share with many of my colleagues the importance of this this agreement and the support that we can give with water. Is there any contractual obligations in case that we are in a drought and we need to prioritize drinking water for our neighbors that we can include in the contract, or is already part of the deal?
Yes, so one of the conditions of the contract would be that just like anyone else on Salt Lake City's system or that uses Salt Lake City's water resources, that they would be subject to our water shortage contingency plan, which lays out different levels of conservation required under different scenarios.
Councilmember Wharton.
What are the possible risks of, I mean, I think I can glean a lot of them from what your recommendations would be in terms of the stipulation, but it just makes me wonder about a new precedent. And in this instance, I think you know, we're doing a good thing and we're attaching stipulations that are a good thing, but like, is there a way that that could be done on the complete opposite and have it be a negative thing and say, well, you did it with this and now we're going to compel you. You voluntarily did it for this and now we're going to compel you to do it in a way that doesn't align with a shared goal that we have.
Yeah, we put a lot of thought into that question, and that's the primary reason why I wanted to bring it to you for feedback as well, because there could be risk in terms of precedence. I mean, it's no secret that Salt Lake City has been pressured for many decades to provide water in the Wasatch Canyons. And I think this is a very different situation than the water contracts we have in the canyons, and that's governed by a different section of our city ordinance. But as recent as the legislative session before last, we had proposed legislation to compel Salt Lake City to provide water outside of its area. So it does have a potential precedential impact that we feel that we can mitigate in a contractual way, but that we still need to be watchful for.
Well, I'm glad that we share that concern, and that you've already looked into it, and I'm sure that you thought through, you know, any foreseeable risk, but I mean, I guess I'm cautiously supportive, but I'm very nervous.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Council, it is 3:12. We will start at 3:54 and 59 seconds. Be back here by 3:53, please. Thank you. While we waited for that delay. This is clearly the issue everyone has been waiting for. This is our personal Olympics for the day. We've been training for this. Before we turn it over to the presenters, I think it's only right that we set a little bit of a tone. We acknowledge that any amount of change and growth trajectory comes with uncertainty, potentially fear, hopes, and I think all of those things are represented here. I want to unequivocally say to the woman who is currently checking out groceries at Smith's, to symphony musicians, to cultural heritages that are dreadfully underrepresented in their historic home, to franchised sports owners. Salt Lake City is big enough for all of us, and the policymakers here are creative enough, forward-looking enough, and dedicated enough to find our path. It is not easy, and I'm going to tell you, you're going to get a lot more than you're paying for in your elected officials. However, I think all of us are dedicated to making an unparalleled opportunity work. We're going to see unpredictable configurations. Just last night, I was talking to County Mayor Jenny Wilson. The work that she has done with the symphony leadership and the SEG leadership, I never thought I would see an arts organization, municipal leadership, and a sports entity that came out of technology be unified. But they're finding pathways and connections that haven't been there before. So as we prepare for this, which will be the headline for here into perpetuity for the foreseeable future, I want to let everyone know unabashedly that I'm hopeful for what we're about to do here. There is no naivete in that hope. There is a lot of cautious skepticism. I expect that we conduct ourselves now with every good faith question that our constituents are relying upon us to ask, and to ask it in good faith. And I've already been assured by SEG that we're going to get answers to those questions and that we're going to work with the process to make sure that it is responsive not only to the statute that we've been given, but also to our constituents and those who get stressed out when data isn't flowing as freely, when information isn't flowing as freely as it could. My goal is to keep people from having to connect their own dots, to give them enough information so that they're understanding the full narrative and that they know where to direct questions and help shape this. So, with that, I would like to now turn our attention to the Capital City Revitalization Zone follow-up. I would like to welcome our own City Mayor, Aaron Mendenhall, our County Mayor, Jenny Wilson, Mike Maughan from SEG, and are we inviting any of the other SEGs up? No? Katie and Rachel, you two are available ancillarily for questions. But yeah, thank you all for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are here after an unprecedentedly swift expansion of the National Hockey League. And I am thrilled that we are sitting here with the key on the table to unlock the revitalization of our entire downtown core. That's really what this is about. But there's also the minor details of an NHL expansion team and building an entertainment district. We know that what the Utah Jazz, the Delta Center, Japantown, as it was, as it is, as it should be, Abravanel Hall, the Symphony, the Opera, UMOCA, the center of the convention industry for the state of Utah and for the region to a large extent, already call this place home. And I am thrilled that as a part of this opportunity to revitalize downtown, I get to sit with partners who embrace this opportunity across all of those facets that are our identity. It is our identity as Salt Lakers to be the cultural core, the economic core, and it is right for the state of Utah to ensure that that remains and is strengthened. These partners want to see that happen. we also see the catalytic potential that this key can unlock on every one of those fronts. And so I do a brief introduction of welcome, but I also I'm privileged to sit here with Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson and Mike Mon of Smith Entertainment Group, who we have worked very hard with over the last several months through the legislative session, and especially since the team was recently awarded. And I'm happy to participate in the presentation as the council needs. I'll pass the time on right now to Mayor Wilson.
Well, thank you. I have to tell you, having been a council member for 10 years, it's a little harder to be on this side of the table. But I'm thrilled to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity. I'll tell you, I'm a Salt Lake City resident. I actually a former candidate for mayor of Salt Lake City. One of the reasons years ago I put my foot forward as a candidate for Salt Lake City mayor is because I really believe that you need to continue to invest and build in your downtown. And I really actually enjoy the process of economic development, community development, and it's largely because I think it's an opportunity for so many different stakeholders and good minds and people who are so committed to come together to come up with good outcomes. I love my role as Salt Lake County Mayor, and it's been a privilege to serve the broader county community. But when I heard that it's possible that we would receive a hockey team, and Smith Entertainment Group was looking at the best way to build, I was at the table day one to say, we need to keep the Jazz downtown. If there were to be, and now there is, a hockey team, it also needs to play downtown. As much as I love my county, our downtown needs to grow, develop, expand, change. It's just the way that it is, right? And I know I'm going to get emotional if I say this, but I told myself I wouldn't. One of the last videos, thank you, I might need to this week or the week to come. One of the last videos of my father was him describing Larry Miller calling him up and saying, hey, I need you to go with me to make the pitch to bring the Jazz downtown. And I'll play it for you. And I need to play it for you, Mike, and for Ryan and for others. But, you know, I think about what it took in that era to have the faith that little Salt Lake City is the state of Utah, which, you know, was not reaching number one as this or that at that point. We needed to develop the state and the city for them to take the leap forward. And so I look at that and I think about that, and I'm incredibly honored to be part of one of many. I'm a mayor, and I'm glad to be a mayor, but just a community member who wants to make this work. So with that, it's been an honor to serve. I want to get this done right. Councilmember Mana and I talked about this last night. We need to do this right. One of the challenges has been the rather immediate nature, as the mayor alluded to, of the placement of this team. And as exciting that is, I know that there are short-term goals and needs, and Mike and team are working nonstop to launch in the right way next year. But we have years and years on some of the other infrastructure plans. And I think that the compressed timeline, and I want to apologize to people in the room who I intended to meet with, and we just haven't gotten there yet with that compressed timeline. I think in the past 2 weeks there have been a lot of meetings. There are more to come. So with that, I'm going to center my comments now and read the statement that was just released a couple of hours ago, a joint statement by the Utah Symphony, the Smith Entertainment Group, and me regarding the future of Abravanel Hall and the next steps surrounding where we go. So with that, Utah Symphony, Smith Entertainment Group, and Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson confirmed Symphony's inclusion in plans for potential sports, entertainment, culture, and Convention District. This week, Utah Symphony leadership, Smith Entertainment Group, and Salt Lake County Mayor Wilson met to collaborate on proposed developments that would serve to create a sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district in downtown Salt Lake. The district is envisioned to prioritize each of these 4 elements while opening an east-west corridor that will improve the connectivity of downtown and increase its vibrancy. While much public attention has focused on a major new sports arena as part of the downtown revitalization proposal, all parties are aligned in confirming that fine arts and culture will continue to have a strong and vital presence in the downtown core. The mayor, SEG, and the symphony deeply appreciate the community's engagement with the future of Maurice Abravanel Hall. It is heartening to see the affection that the community holds for this iconic venue, host to a world-renowned orchestra, which is a defining feature of Utah's cultural identity. The vision for a revitalized project is in the earliest stages, and no decision on the future of Abravanel Hall has been made. And the Utah Symphony, Smith Entertainment Group, and the Mayor's Office are committed to working collaboratively towards the mutual goal of ensuring that Salt Lake City continues to enjoy the highest quality symphony hall that meets the needs of its professional musicians and community. For more than a year, the Utah Symphony and Salt Lake County have worked on a comprehensive master plan for renovations to Abravanel Hall aimed at addressing its critical needs. This plan includes ensuring ADA compliance, upgrading both front and back of house facilities, enhancing acoustical quality, technology upgrades, and modernizing the cooling and heating systems. Costs to comprehensively address these longstanding issues are estimated in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The Sports, Entertainment, Culture, and Convention District has the potential to accelerate and improve upon the ways in which these longstanding challenges will be addressed, amplify the symphony's presence in the community, expand access to the arts, provide the best environment for the symphony's artists to carry out their work, and improve patron experience in a meaningful way. The conversations are in the very early stages, yet there is a clear commitment to providing a world-class concert hall that continues to build upon the Utah Symphony's legacy and that of its legendary music director, Maurice Abravanel. To that end, we need to weigh all factors, including the high cost of renovation, alongside the benefits of rebuilding. With recognition of the importance of stakeholders and the community joining in on this critical conversation, exploration of a sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district will continue deliberately and strategically to ensure an extraordinary outcome for downtown Salt Lake City and Utah's vital arts and cultural communities. So with that was quite wordy, but I think the net message is we're not done having conversations about the future. We are looking for an east-west connection. I think that's really vital. We're also looking at what can we do with our Salt Palace. There are areas that are less utilized than others. We're willing to make changes there. There is a price tag. We have to address financial issues and needs on both fronts, but we are at the table looking at if we are moving to this next phase, how do we do it? How do we serve the broader interest of the community? And I look forward to further discussion today and appreciate each of you, and thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you, Mayors. Mike, before you start, can I do some housekeeping that I was too excited to do before? Since we have so many people and new faces, I do want to remind all of you that this is a work session. There is no public comment during a work session. There will be public comment on May 21st dedicated to this topic. And of course, you're always welcome to come and comment during the general comment period when it's not on the agenda. So you could come back tonight and comment during general comment on this. We do have some rules of decorum. They're designed so that we can conduct city business, ensure that the meeting is safe, orderly, and free from intimidation. The following rules help us maintain that safe and welcoming environment. They are rules of decorum, And going forward, there will be no more warnings. If anyone does not follow the rules of decorum, then you will be directed to immediately leave the room. Thank you. Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having us here today. It's an honor to be here with you all. I think you're all familiar. My name is Mike Mon. I'm with Smith Entertainment Group. I'm the principal from SEG that will be leading this project, and I'll be leading all of our efforts in the development and reimagination of downtown, and look forward to this collaborative process and working with so many members of this community, of this council, and of this state. Ryan Smith and I have partnered on basically everything for the last 11 years, including I lead the chairman's office at Qualtrics. With him right now, we co-founded Five for the Fight together and do all the things from purchasing the Jazz, investing in Real Salt Lake and the Royals, and was instrumental in working with him in getting this new NHL team here. And so we're thrilled to have this opportunity. Most immediately, I'm thrilled to be able to work with all of you and with this amazing community on all of the things that we're working on together. As we move forward, I just want to acknowledge at the very beginning that I know that there are so many questions. And we don't have answers to all of those questions, but what we can answer, we will. And what we don't have answers to, we will work as quickly as possible to get those answers, to make sure that everyone is aware of what we are doing. You're all familiar with the fact that just 2 weeks ago, Commissioner Bettman from the NHL joined us here in Utah and announced that we would be getting a new NHL team. In that press conference, he said that the conceptualization for this plan had begun at that time 6 weeks ago, so now 8 weeks ago, and only began in earnest 4 weeks before that. And so we are moving very quickly. We acknowledge that and acknowledge that we're working very, very quickly to get everybody the answers that we want. I also want to acknowledge with Mayor Wilson, there are many that we have not had a chance to meet with, but we're incredibly grateful for so many community leaders, including every member of this council, that we have had the opportunity to meet with over the last few weeks and even months. That includes the Visit Salt Lake Board, the Downtown Alliance, the Salt Lake Chamber of Commerce, the Symphony Board, members of the Japanese community, for Japantown, elected officials, and many business leaders, et cetera. As Mayor Wilson talked about in this statement, when we look at this reimagination of downtown, we refer to this as a sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district. I think there has been some too much conversation probably about a sports and entertainment district. So I want to reemphasize that. Sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district. That's incredibly important to us. For us to have a thriving downtown core, it has to have all of those different pieces. And that's why we're very committed to everybody working together on this process and making sure that those elements are all central to what we're trying to do as reimagine downtown. Now, we've talked about and submitted in our application to the city that there are 3 primary blocks that the sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district will build upon. That's the Delta Center block and the 2 blocks just east of that as you're leading toward City Creek. Now, I want to also state very clearly, going along with the mayor's statement, joint statement that she just read, we at Smith Entertainment Group want a Bravanel Hall on site. We at Smith Entertainment Group want UMOCA on site. Again, this is a sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district. 2 of the most important elements of our culture and arts programs here in Salt Lake City, Salt Lake County, and the state of Utah and this region are those. And we want them on site and want that to be very clear unequivocally. When it comes to Salt Lake County and the Salt Palace, and Mayor Wilson's happy to address this, I'll address this more. The Salt Palace is an incredible facility. As Mayor Mendenhall noted, it is largely the convention center for this entire community and area beyond just the state of Utah. Now, Qualtrics, we just had our major convention there, our X4 Experience Management Summit last week, involving over 10,000 of our clients and inviting everyone there. We do that every year. It's a good experience. But the convention center is also, as Mayor Wilson noted, that there was a lot of deferred maintenance on a Bravanel Hall that needs to be done. The convention center also is is poised for some renovation to look at what conventions will look like into the future. The hall that we have right now is not the hall that we need for the convention spaces of the future, with more meeting rooms, additional ballroom space, et cetera, that will allow us to capitalize so much more on the conventions that could be coming here. So as Mayor Mendenhall noted, she used the word catalytic. This opportunity we have right now is catalytic to help us do a lot of things that need to be done anyway in this entire area and in the reimagination of downtown that allow us to do this in a unified and cohesive way instead of a rather piecemeal way where things don't necessarily come together by themselves. Let me address the arena situation. I've said publicly before, we'll say it again, if some person came and waved a magic wand and plopped the very best state-of-the-art, perfect arena for hockey and basketball on the site where the Delta Center is right now, and nothing else in downtown changed, we would not do it. We would not do that. What we want to do here is a very mission-driven thing where we want to help reimagine the future of downtown Salt Lake and where we are committed to those four principles: sports, entertainment, culture, and convention. This has to be about imagining a place where all of us can come together in a meaningful way downtown and where this has to work for everybody. SEG will be investing billions of our own dollars in downtown Salt Lake City. And we are committed to making sure that we do that in a way that benefits the entire community. Now, the money from this tax, should the council approve it, some of that will, of course, go to help the renovation of the Delta Center to fit hockey into the arena. Hockey, if you're not familiar, a hockey rink is nearly twice the size of a basketball court. So you can imagine trying to squeeze that in doesn't totally work. So some of that money will go there, but I want to be very clear, a lot of that money will also go to the development of this entire district downtown, the sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district. It will help be home to some of these community spaces, gathering spots where people can come together. We're in deep conversations with the Olympics, for example, about putting the Meadows Plaza right in the center of this downtown district where we can bring many people together. It will also bring together many in the community. If we could go advance to the next slide. Thank you. So I know Dee is here. This comes from the Downtown Alliance. Sports, arts, and entertainment are driving downtown visitation. Again, this goes to the whole point of having sports, entertainment, culture, and convention. Next slide, please. Of the most visited days in downtown Salt Lake City, 76% of those had an event at the Delta Center. 72% had a convention in town. These are major drivers to bringing people downtown to the economic development of our city center. Next slide, please. On an annual basis, if you look at the economic impact of the Utah Jazz and the Delta Center in a 2022 report done by GSBS Consulting and peer-reviewed by the Kem Gardner Institute, showed that the Utah Jazz and Delta Center had a $326 million annual total economic impact on Salt Lake City. Now that number has gone up considerably. I will say in the 3.5 or so years since Smith Entertainment Group took over the Jazz, revenues from sponsorships, for example, alone have risen over 300%. We've brought in a lot of outside dollars to the state that were not here before, including the Delta Center sponsorships with American Express and others. As we've run a new total economic impact report on the NHL, it's estimated that the NHL alone will bring an additional $288 million of economic impact into Salt Lake City. And that's just the city. There's more and greater economic impact to the state as a whole, just to the city. Next slide, please. And then when we look at, those are annual basis. On an episodic basis, we still have other things like the All-Star Weekend. All-Star Weekend brought in $294 million of economic impact. Or if you look at just the UFC fights that we did not have before, we've had two now. The most recent UFC fight brought in $279 million of economic impact. It was estimated 27. Sorry, what did I say?
That's a big 279, but that's okay.
Well, guys, thank you. Points matter. 27.9, it was estimated that over 69% of visitors came from out of state and stayed for an average of 2.4 hotel nights, for example. Next slide, please. Now, this is a rendering that we released in January. I want to be very clear and give context to this. This is just a rendering. It is meant to give people an idea of how this can feel and some of the principles that the development, as we view it, will be based upon. But please don't start looking at this store or that building and try to understand what goes where. It wasn't meant to be that, and I just want to be very clear contextually. This is to give some idea as to what it is, but is not in any way our site planning for the site. But I do think it's helpful to look at this and think through some of the principles that will guide the downtown development and the reimagination that we will do in collaboration with the entire community and invite everybody's participation in. One of the things that we look at when we look at downtown Salt Lake City, there are some walls that exist that inhibit kind of the flow of the city. So if you look at Gateway on one side of the Delta Center, that is all inward-facing retail and creates a bit of a wall on that side. If you look at the Salt Palace, it also creates a large wall dividing the east and west sides of downtown Salt Lake City. One of the things that we hope this communicates as a principle is that we want to break down these walls and restore connectivity and flow, reuniting the east and west sides of downtown and reuniting the city and creating this flow and connectivity that hasn't existed in a long time. If you think about the Delta Center right now and look at the front door to the Delta Center, it opens up to a parking lot. It doesn't open up to the rest of downtown. You look at the Salt Lake, the Salt Palace, and the front door to that opens out a very different direction. You look at the door to a Bravanel, yet a different direction. Now, I don't know what your teeth were like when you were young. I was in desperate need of braces. And I would say that downtown has a bit of our teeth in every direction and is in need of some braces. And this gives us the opportunity to reimagine downtown together, put braces on that smile, and put us forward so that we can develop in a cohesive and comprehensive way that makes our downtown the envy of the world in a way that we can bring people together. Now, what this image does is it shows a reoriented front door to the Delta Center. Instead of opening up into a parking lot, it would open up east into the entire district, facing all the way up into City Creek and connecting that whole thing. That's one example of sort of the principles upon which the development are based. I also want to acknowledge that as we do this, things that we've heard from the community, things we've heard from you, things that we've heard just in best practices as we've looked at sports, entertainment, culture, and convention districts throughout the country, there are some very important principles that we will hold very fast to in all of this. One is walkability. We need to have a walkable city, and part of our goal for connectivity and flow means that it has to be very walkable. Another principle, this has to be a place that is safe. Families and individuals have to want to come down here, and it has to be a very safe, engaging place for everyone in our community to come and to gather. Sustainability is incredibly important to us. The sustainability team here in Salt Lake City just has an incredible reputation. We look forward to working very closely with them and other members of the community to make sure that this project is built in a sustainable way. Another principle, economic development. This has to be done in a way that leads to great economic development for the entire city, county, and surrounding community, and which will lead to a growth in the general fund in order to support citywide services. Another principle, the activation of downtown. Again, whether you come to a sporting event ever or not is not about what this district is about. It's about activation of all of these different spaces, and we want to bring everything together. Another major principle, the incorporation of community partners. We've already talked about many of the groups we've met with. We will continue to meet with many groups, and we will have lots of opportunity for community input on what we're doing. A cohesive transportation plan and sustainable and organized parking. Those are two core elements that we also look at when we're looking at this, and an increase in arts, cultural, and community gatherings. Those are some of the principles that we will rely on deeply as we go through this entire thing. Next, I want to hit on the idea of community involvement. I feel like there have been many questions about when and how the community will be involved. Again, we have met with and will continue to meet with many leaders and organizational leaders and want the community to be involved in the days, weeks, months ahead as we go through all this. I'll just give one example of how SEG feels about the community and how we try to involve the community. Tomorrow, we will be releasing a survey inviting the entire state to help us name the new NHL team. We've partnered with Doubleday and Qualtrics to do this. We've talked about it before, but we'll be releasing that tomorrow. We'll have several rounds of voting. We want the entire community to feel part of that. The NHL team we view as a community asset, and that means the community gets to be involved in every portion of that. So many of you saw when we invited the NHL team and had this Welcome to Utah event, we opened the doors to the Delta Center. We provided free food and access and community involvement, so much so that every seat was filled. And unfortunately, or fortunately, thousands of people had to watch the event on the plaza because every seat in the arena was already filled. We will continue to have events like that all the time, where we invite the community involvement in what we're doing. As we look at the reimagination of downtown, I hope those give a sense of the way that we view this and the way that we want to continue to involve the community in everything that we're doing, because we view this as a community asset and something that we're trying to do together. When it comes to feedback and communication, we are working actively to stand up an online portal in the coming weeks where we can solicit feedback from the community and where we will be able to provide up-to-date information at all times regarding what we're doing and make sure that everyone has a single source that they can go to both provide feedback and input and to gather any information on the project that we're doing. Now, in closing, I know I've talked for a while. Let me just say this: we still have a lot to figure out, and I know that. We've worked with many in this community and will continue to do that. I know this started in January when we asked the NHL for an expansion team. The NHL surprised us with a new solution and asked us to help them out of a tricky situation. And so we've instead taken a new team, but much more quickly. We're very excited about that, but I want to just be very clear about a few things. We are committed to working with all parties on the reimagination of downtown, and we are committed to making this work. We know that there is a lot that needs to happen. We want to be in downtown Salt Lake City. We want to develop the mission of this sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district, and we want to work with everybody and are very optimistic that we're going to make something unbelievably special happen here. We are committed to working collaboratively with the community. We're committed to reimagining a downtown that will work for everyone. And again, whether you ever go to a sporting event or not, we will have concerts, we'll have housing, we'll have arts and culture, we'll have food and beverage, we'll have community gatherings, we'll have convention visitors, economic development, loads of new jobs, and again, community involvement. We will bring big brands downtown, but we're also going to bring a lot of amazing local businesses, a lot of amazing local restaurants. That's very important to us, that this community feels involved, is involved, and has a very important seat at the table. We want to not just, we will have amazing brands, but we want to highlight what is special and unique to Salt Lake City, and that means these local businesses, and it means these local restaurants, and it means working with this local community. We're committed to this sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district, and very grateful for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Mike. I think it's important to acknowledge that the last time we brought a major league sports franchise, none of your elected officials were here. I don't even think our staff were here, as tenured as they are. And you guys were probably still in a garage doing some Qualtrics stuff, trying to, pierce into the tech scene. So this is definitely something new that we're trying to do. And thank you for being a good, transparent partner with us as we try to figure out what that looks like for all of us. Council members, I hope you have your notepad because the questions are about to come. Council members, who would like to open? Everyone is bashful.
I'll
my
start.
gosh.
I'll start. How
All
about
right,
that?
Councilwoman.
Well,
Lovis
look,
Chavez.
thank you, Mike, for coming in, and thank you, Mayor Mendenhall and Mayor Wilson. We greatly appreciate the excitement and the enthusiasm as the representative of downtown. It's exciting for me. We have over 20,000 deposits of season ticket sales for NHL. That's a great accomplishment. Do you know, you mentioned the some of this funding going to the arena updates. Do you happen to know how much funding will go from the 0.5% sales tax increment to help invest in the arena upgrades?
So we're looking very closely at the entire arena renovation and everything that will require right now. We do not have a final number, but we will be looking very closely at that. I will say the cap that will be placed on anything that Smith Entertainment Group is able to receive by virtue of the participation agreement being negotiated with the city is $900 million. Of that money, some of that will go, of course, to the renovation, but a lot of that will also go to the rest of this district. And any money beyond that raised for the tax will be used for the rest of the district, and no additional money would come to Smith Entertainment Group.
Do we have any idea when, as we decide things like what the tax money can be used for, it seems important to know what we're working towards. Do we have any idea about the synchronizing? I realize we are building this airplane as we're flying it, and you're talking to the county about property while you're talking to us about land use. Do we have any idea if there's hope that we sync that up in time so that we can be specific in the partnership agreement, or is that going to be a subsidiary agreement that we're going to come to after some generalities? Because that September 1st deadline is real tight.
Sorry, so which part are we saying? What will that be part of the
So
participation agreement?
as part of the statute, we're deciding
Right.
where we can spend the taxes. But it sounds like because things are so conceptual right now, we're not even sure if we're putting sidewalks in one area or if it's a full walking mall, how many light poles are going to be required, all those things that would fall under public infrastructure. So are you anticipating any alignment of the plans within that September 1st framework, or are we going to have a looser agreement that will be updated through later negotiations?
Can I take a stab? The legislation that was passed that enables us to raise our sales tax that the state has put the capacity on outlines that there's a 100-acre district, 100 acres, right? Not 110.
Up to 100 acres.
Up to 100-acre district, and that within that, this 900 million can come to play as capital investment. It doesn't require us to become specific, to my knowledge, and there's attorneys in the room who can come up here and correct me, but I don't know that we need to go beyond the enabling words that are in the legislation in our partnership agreement.
The legislation does dictate generally what the money can be spent on. That will be in the participation agreement. Nothing beyond that can be included. But can this be spent on infrastructure, sidewalks, et cetera? Of course.
Councilwoman Young, and then Councilmember Wharton.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming here today and clarifying some of the misconceptions that I think have been, running around. I think there's a lot of excitement, but I think there's still a lot of questions. And one of the questions that I have, mainly for both of our mayors, is just related to how this project presents both an opportunity and any challenges you've noted related to the future of downtown and the vision that you've established related to other projects, and most importantly, I guess to me and some of the other citizens, opportunities related to our future as a city for the Olympics. So I'm wondering if either mayor would be willing to speak to how this fits into that broader picture of downtown.
When I describe this opportunity of the NHL team coming to Salt Lake City as the key on the table, I'm not stretching in the vision here. There are few things that I could imagine that could happen here in opportunities that could come to Salt Lake City, not even the Olympics actually, that could be powerful enough economically to cause the convention industry in the county the arts and culture that are anchored downtown, and the city to come together and say, for this, we are going to transform the infrastructure of these institutions in a way that mutually benefits, as Mike said. It has to work for everybody. I'm not going to sit here and say that downtown is designed perfectly. It's not. Despite that, we had one of the strongest downtown recoveries in the nation coming out of the pandemic. And some of the numbers from the Downtown Alliance that Mike shared they help to illustrate how there's really no question for me that the economic hub of the downtown engine is the Delta Center. To add 41 additional professional sports games to the calendar that they've already built, as they've already begun to put pencil to paper and have it peer reviewed by the Policy Institute, it will be an economic generator for the downtown. But what's most important is that we be able to improve across all levels, the connectivity, the walkability. We talk about Main Street pedestrianization. We talk about a green loop that can encircle our downtown core. We invest in public transportation expansion with our partners at UTA. We give our residents rebates to get e-bikes. We've never been able to imagine taking down the wall that the Salt Palace creates between the east and west sides of the downtown core. Only an opportunity like this can do that. And I think by doing so, it also, working with 3 blocks of the downtown core, actually leverages opportunities like the Olympics to no longer have a medals plaza that's torn down in the weeks after the Paralympics ends. We deserve better. The city is growing in a way that it can support better. Our doubling residential population downtown needs and wants a better downtown experience. And this is the key to all of these elements. I think we're sitting here humbly recognizing that this happened fast. There's a lot of conversations that haven't happened yet to help us get to the point where everyone can say, this is better for us. But that's what this is an opening for.
Well, thank you. And the mayor touched on much of what I would offer, except to say that I do think if you look at the east side of downtown and the investments made, I may remember a few years back where Main Street needed attention. Many of your leadership, even in other capacities before you were here, invested in change things there. We could go right now, maybe we should when we're done, and wander down Main Street and have a lot of opportunities for great restaurant experience. And the decision by the mayor's predecessor and the county to invest in arts and culture with the opening and now thriving Eccles Theater is amazing. We continue at Salt Lake County to invest in arts and culture. That side of the city, just downtown, is impressive. It's doing incredibly well. There's always things that we need to work on together, county, city, other partners, but it's incredible. You look at the investment in City Creek, and I think in many respects it met the mission, but we also saw a changing nature to retail. And then you get to the Salt Palace, and while Qualtrics can come in, I'm told it was amazing, and put a lot of money into the Salt Palace, it's quirky. It has some limitations. We overbuilt our exhibit halls for outdoor retailers. They left, they came back. They're not as large as they were, and conventions are doing things differently. So right now we're really needing another ballroom. There isn't a revenue stream to do what we need to do. Were it not for this opportunity. So we at Salt Lake County, who own and operate the convention facility, is incredibly excited about the opportunity to supercharge our convention industry. We're doing really well. Along with the recovery of the city, the convention industry here recovered faster than any, and there are a lot of reasons for that. But for us to move towards that Olympic experience in 10 years, we can do even better with our convention industry. And we know that when people leave the hall at night, some of the opportunities are sort of dispersed. So being able to create this reinvigorated space not only connects east to west in a way that is incredibly important, it's going to help us address some of the frankly not so attractive dock areas on the other side next to the new Love Meridian. It will benefit Japantown. And I want to be clear, never once in our meetings to date has there ever been an interest in tearing down churches. I want to be clear about that. We honor the Japanese Church of Christ, the Buddhist Temple, the Cultural Center, the current assets. You do as well. So there's only upside as we look at opportunity for Japantown and a revitalization of the convention industry and that connectivity. Those are the upside. The challengers are just getting this right. As the county looks at its limited revenue streams, we look at the amount 0.5 generates, and we're going to have to do some work. So we're doing that work now. We're looking at options. If you look at either a rebuilding of a Bravenel Hall on site, or if the choice is that we just renovate, it's still a multi-$100-million investment. We don't want to not make the investment one way or the other and leave it as is. So that there's a challenge, right? How do we get that right? How do we honor all of the community groups that are in the area and do it in the right way?
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And I just also want to extend appreciation to both mayors, the administration, and the staff behind you who fought for Salt Lake City. This wasn't a foregone conclusion, and I'm incredibly grateful to both of you and the people behind you to make sure that Salt Lake City and downtown Salt Lake City is the home of these opportunities. So thank you.
We're going to go Councilmember Wharton, Councilmember Pui, Councilmember Mono, and then Councilmember Dugan. We are over time. I'm happy to rearrange the rest of the agenda. Let's be concise.
Just also want to echo the thanks that we do have this opportunity. I think that that decisions could have been made that would have taken this out of Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County, or would have incentivized that. And I'm really glad that SEG and that both of our mayors, who are always fighting for Salt Lake City, but to have SEG join us and help in that fight. This is a really exciting opportunity, but I also understand the concern and all the questions that I'm getting from the residents that that want to. I mean, a big change like this is bound to cause a lot of questions and have a little bit of trepidation. And my residents, which this is on the northern, so the northern border of this would be the southern border of my my district, and just 700 feet to the north, you know, you got a residential area. And I want to welcome this to our neighborhood. And I want this to be something that our neighborhood is excited about, and where people want to move to Marmalade or Capitol Hill because they want the proximity to something like this. So there are just three things that I hope that are kind of top of mind for me, that I hope that you'll keep in mind as we go through these talks. And that's that breaking down walls, I think, is great. I love that about this proposal. I want to make sure that we aren't reconstructing different walls in different places that inadvertently wall off one community or another. And so that's going to take a lot of planning. But I know that we can do that. Also, if we choose to pass this tax, or we vote to pass this tax, residents are going to be investing in this every single day with almost every purchase that they make, other than unprepared food and the other exceptions that are set by state law. And I want them to feel like the benefits, like SEG and our other partners are investing in them too. And that this is not, the benefits are not flowing one way and the burdens are not flowing the other, that this is something that we're doing together, and that this is mutually beneficial, and this is a mutual investment in Salt Lake City and for our residents. And then third, that everybody sees something positive and something that they can relate to in this vision. So, you know, I like to say that I am an avid indoorsman. Not a big sports person, although I am very excited about this opportunity. I want to know that I really appreciate the commitment that you made, and that you made a point of saying Mayor Wilson, you reading your statement talking about that we want to have the art on this plaza, we want to have the Symphony Hall, we want to have a cultural component, we want to highlight the diversity of Utah and Salt Lake City that I think often is not seen. So I hope that every resident can see something that they can benefit from. And I guess even if you don't see yourself going to any of those venues, that you know that this is generating revenue for Salt Lake City that's going to help us pave streets in the future, that's going to help us keep our city safe, and keep all of those revenue streams going into the future. So thank you for all that. Or thank you for listening to me through all of that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I just quickly, I wanted to acknowledge transparency from your group. It means a lot to me, and so hopefully it means a lot to all of us, and I think it does. That, you know, what you said from the beginning is what you are saying right now, and nothing has changed. That means a lot. Bringing the county, the city, and we're all friends, but bringing the county, the city, the Church of Jesus Christ, you know, and private entities, business owners all together in one room, and acknowledging that we can do something greater together is huge, 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 huge. We cannot underestimate. That should be highlighted. While we have questions and trepidations and nervous because fears are always there, we need to acknowledge that that is a huge mountain you moved. And I just want to acknowledge that some things don't have monetary value. Fixing walkability, fixing some of these other issues that we have seen, this divide between this, you know, what the Salt Palace creates, don't have monetary value necessarily. Fixing the wrongs of what it was done to Japantown over decades and decades. It's not really a monetary value, but it's of importance. Certainly to me and to many of us, of great importance and key to this. But you know, to acknowledge that, I hope that no one in this group leaves the table. That we can push each other a little bit, and we can like share ideas, even if, you know, we disagree, but that we stay at the table to build something better. But just the last question I have, I'm going fast, is that I want to know specifically if we have calculated how much money this potential tax increase will create, and also what SCG is bringing to the table as far as investment on this.
So SCG will be putting billions of dollars downtown. Our very preliminary estimate is at least $3 billion. I anticipate that it will be much more. As we dive in and figure out all of those things. The tax is looking to create $1.2 billion over the 30-year period. Again, SCG is limited by the participation agreement to $900 million. Again, all of that will not be going to the arena. Much of that will still be going into the district, and anything beyond that will also be going into the district as a whole.
I'll try. Okay, so Mike, I'm not one of the 20,000 people that put a deposit on tickets. I'm not the biggest sports guy here. 29,000. I'm not one of those people, but I am an architect, and I've been educated to look at cities and to look at design decisions of the past, and to think through what was happening at the time that those decisions were made, and were those good decisions, or are we living with some things that we need to repair? And so a lot of what you all talked about today is we have a big wall in the middle of our city. That's not good. It completely separates the center of our city from the west side of our city. And tearing that down and being able to reconnect those two things is a great idea. So I appreciate what Mayor Mendenhall said, that none of us, 6 months ago, none of us would have even thought of saying, let's completely refigure the Salt Palace. It wasn't, and so I understand how big this opportunity is. I also know that the people that made decisions when they first built the Salt Palace or when they put freeways in thought that they were doing the best that they could in a lot of cases. And I'm really, really nervous that we are going to do something now that we think is the best thing for the future, and we're all going to look back when we're in wheelchairs and walkers and think, what the heck were we thinking at doing what we did? So I'm really nervous. The speed of this makes me really nervous. And whatever we can do to make sure that there are many checks for years to come, to make sure that the public, the elected officials, whoever those might be at the time, are able to make course corrections and steer this in the right direction. I'm very, very nervous about saying sometime this year, yes, we'll increase taxes, and then we don't see you all again, and we'll see you, of course, but we won't see Mike's team again, and then something will happen, and we won't have that. The public won't have that input, that opportunity for input. So that makes me really, really nervous. You did all touch on it a little bit, but I would like to ask, specific to Japantown, what are some of the things that you think that this opportunity, just like we mentioned, it could be a huge opportunity for things that need to be done at the Salt Palace. What are some of the specific things that you think Japantown can see from this that maybe we couldn't have seen before? What are the low-hanging fruits, and what are the things that might be a stretch but are worth aiming towards?
I'll let the mayor answer that. I just want to state very clearly to everybody here, we are not leaving the table. We will be here at the table. We've been at the table. We will continue to be at the table. I promise you. We will be listening to the community's feedback. We will be soliciting that. We will be in meetings. So I hope that, I mean, I know nobody here knows me that well, though I've known you a long time. But I give you my word, and I promise my word matters a lot to me. We are not leaving the table.
Thank you.
So,
One thing that is different now than when that wall was built is you. You're not a commission from wherever in the city. You're a council, and you represent your neighborhoods. And you're the most diverse council that we've ever had. And you're bringing a far more representative lived experience than we had when that wall was built. I think when we looked at Japantown as a city council back in 2017, 18, we funded the process with the RDA. We were just looking at the public right-of-way, the parts that the city owns and controls, the streets, sidewalks, curb gutter, opportunities for art. Tonight I'm going to present my budget to you, and you're going to see some big recommendations to start to implement the vision of Japantown. Here's a little teaser. But what we didn't think about is how economic growth of a far more significant scale than we imagined when we did that visioning process could support different kinds of private investments, other county and city potential investments in community benefit opportunities. And I am interested in having the conversations, and we have a meeting coming up shortly with the community, but we're going to have more conversation about how could the assets that the community owns maybe even be expanded, enhanced? What are those needs and interests? What could happen with the community center? What could we imagine with future ZAP taxes that could come to play? That's something we never did before. So I don't want to suppose to know what the community wants specifically, but I know that we haven't even scratched the surface of the conversation beyond the pieces that the city owns in the right-of-way.
Thank you.
If I could just add and I think I shared this with you, council member, but when one of the most meaningful journeys for me was to Delta, Utah, and to really understand the injustice that America provided on the Japanese community after World War II. I have known people who were at our Delta, Utah site in those years as young children. And it's a very emotional journey. So I would recommend everyone travel out there on a Saturday afternoon and go through that experience. I don't want to, as not a member of the Japanese community, lay out any plans, and I think that's generally what Mayor Mendenhall just shared, but I do think that there is a unique story here that should be told. I do think looking at the photos and hearing the stories of the what was seen as a future-driven revitalization of downtown, and years later we realized we made mistakes. Yet I appreciate your particular eye towards that, and I think frankly there's only upside right now compared to where we are for the Japanese community, and I look forward to engagement in the months to come as we figure this out together.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you very much, and thank you for articulating your vision. I really appreciate that articulation, and I also really appreciate the vision, and I really also want to acknowledge, and I love the comments from the other council members. Just a couple points. I like the idea that we're going to not build walls, and we're going to tear down walls so we can have a good flow. But I also want to kind of echo what the council member Mana was talking about, and I'm just going to use the term of we want to make sure we move slow to go fast. And we want to make sure we also keep our eyes and our hearts open to other ideas. We already have a vision plan that we've seen, and that kind of locks in some people, and we all have our own little vision on what we think these 3 blocks will look like. We got to make sure that we keep our thoughts open to other ideas that may be actually better than ours, because that's going back to Councilmember Mano's point is, what were they thinking 30 years ago? Why would they ever put that there? Well, the same thing. So let's look into what have other cities done wrong and right on their quest, because a lot of cities have gone down this path and they have done a poor job. And I don't want to be one of those cities, because we're not one of those cities. So those are my only couple points, and I just really appreciate the engagement we have here, and that we're all on the table together, working together. So thank you.
Thank you. This will be my final comment. As we look to progress, and this was mentioned earlier, this project is catalytic for every Salt Laker, and every Salt Laker is going to be investing in our downtown. Also, the regional connectivity is coming in. We have outlined in SB 272 a need for a transportation plan. I would urge SEG Group to work with the city and the county to analyze that flow that we see cross-regionally, and to ensure that whether you're a visitor coming in for NHL, or you're somebody that's trying to access Japantown, or the arts and cultural and vibrancy of our neighborhoods that are found in the downtown, to look at sustainable ecosystems, to look at creating that environmental impact, whether that's through the adaptive reuse of this arena and or transitory passes so your staff, so that visitors can come access these geographic placements. What we're talking about, and as we've outlined with these questions, is we're cultivating a downtown unlike any other. We're capturing a world-class city for world-class citizens and visitors to come to our landscape. To me, this is a trial before the Olympics and before future events. So thank you for taking a risk on our downtown. This is a long-term investment, and I'm happy that we're all along in this journey together, along with every citizen that's sitting here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. As chair, I'm going to take the right of last comment. We talked a lot about physical walls, and those are important. I think urban design is, we have a chance to correct an urban design sin here, and I would love to figure out ways for us to stay engaged in the design process without, of course, controlling things. But for me, there's other walls that are much more metaphorical. My neighbors, by virtue of socioeconomic, racial, and ethnic, don't feel welcome in the sports or the arts. And we're protecting all of those. And I know particularly Ashley Smith and I had an amazing conversation about this. So as I look to a partner who would potentially help bring down those other walls that I've had no success, despite all of my work eliminating, I would love to partner with you. And those go to more of those unquantifiable, not tax returnable things, to allow the kid in my district who should be on that ice, even though Latinos aren't known for being on the ice, given him that path, given my kids paths to sports medicine and broadcasting and everything that's going to be in that building, to PR and ticket sales, to giving our families avenues to supporting themselves and to giving them avenues to entertaining and achieving their American dream. What I've talked about with Ashley, I would love to find ways to make come to fruition through our work with you. And I'm really enthusiastic that you're the partners at the table. I have so much optimism. But I'm going to hold myself accountable as we work to it. And I know you guys are an organization that pursues excellence, and you're going to do the same for yourselves. So thank you. We have spent way more than 40 minutes. This is a lesson. Next time we're going to do at least an hour and a half, so bring your sleeping bags. Thank you all so much. Council, we're going to move on. We're going to attempt to speed through Budget Amendment number 5. So Ben, if you could run over here. Yes, sir. We have literally no time for a break. If the press needs us, they're going to have to stalk us. Oh, no, we need Ben. If Ben Lutke can get here as quickly as possible, we'll start talking over them. Yeah, because I don't think Ben can get here until they clear. All right, we are going to jump right into Budget Amendment number 5. Ben, I'm going to attempt to cut this time down insanely. If you could just take us to the straw poll, and we'll decide if we do anything beyond that.
We can definitely keep it short.
Yes.
There are 5 items that have straw polls requested. We can update the motion sheet for tonight based on which of those items have majority council member support.
Thank you.
The public hearing is tonight, so you could close the public hearing and adopt those time-sensitive items, and then the rest of the items will be for a later date. So I'm going to jump around to the 5 items. The first one is A3. This is a revised proposal. It is still $7 million for upgrading utilities on 2100 South between 700 East and 1100 East. The reconstruction of 2100 South is happening this year, and upgrading the utilities underneath the road is expected to be less disruptive to the neighborhood. It is likely less costly instead of having 2 separate projects, and it would also provide, it would also provide the increased utility capacity for anticipated development on the adjacent properties. The original proposal was for this to be a loan from the general fund. There would be loan agreements with the property owners to pay that back by a certain time. The revised proposal is still $7 million, but instead of a loan, it is proposed to be treated as a general fund capital improvement project. The repayment to the general fund would be through connection agreements, and it is not time certain, whereas the loan agreement may have had more certainty on the timing. The connection agreements are when the developer and the property owner are ready to connect with those upgraded utilities. We just received yesterday a little more information about this tool of the connection agreement, so it's not in the staff report. I can add it into the next one, or I don't know if the attorney's office is ready to speak to it today. But one of the additional steps would be recording against the property that connection agreement so that it is tracked over time and that the future owners, if the property is sold, are notified and on notice of that agreement.
Council, questions, comments? Councilwoman Young.
Just very briefly, thank you. Related to finding a solution that does not involve tearing up 2100 South yet again. So I am very grateful for looking ahead to the future about what those needs are. I think that every single resident, whether they live near, far, or visit the Sugar House Business District, will appreciate this proactive opportunity to do it once and to do it right.
Madam Chair, I've mentioned this thought before. It's one of the most frustrating things to see a new road being torn out. Is there a policy? I think it may. I'm trying to remember the answer to this question. I think I asked this question not too long ago. But is there a policy when we are redoing major streets to look at this already from the beginning? Because I saw. Even on 300 West, the road being torn out, open up again, not even a month after it was open. So I wonder.
Vehicle to look across departments for what construction projects they have coming up and identifying when there's a street reconstruction and utility upgrades where maybe they're on different times and they could be combined, like in this instance. The city did that successfully on 900 South, where there were 10 projects across 5 departments. And they were all consolidated to be done together. I think the 2100 South funding in front of you is an example of how we could do this better and more proactively. But the capital asset plan would be perfect for that.
Thank you. So who would care to propose a straw poll for supporting this?
I would like to, Chair, propose a straw poll that the council supports the proposal for the 2100 South utility upgrade between 700 East and 1100 East as detailed in the staff report.
Show your feelings. That is a unanimous 7 thumbs up.
Moving on, the next one is item A8. This was also revised from the original transmittal and the update is in the staff report. This is North Temple Bridge over the Jordan River. The original request was $165,000 to replace rocks on the riverbank underneath the bridge. The project would replace them with much larger boulders that are uninviting for human activity. This is meant to be a deterrent for unsanctioned access underneath the bridge. It would also have a slight environmental benefit as well as to the structure of the bridge because this would stabilize the riverbank and it would also reduce the soil erosion around the supports of the bridge. The revised request is $320,000 total, and these additional costs are from 3 things. There's $34,000 to extend the rock and boulder treatments on the riverbank to 50 feet on either side of the bridge. There is $60,000 for an updated project scope. So it's in more places than originally planned, and $60,000 for fencing. The fencing is a mix, permanent and temporary. There's a list in the staff report of several locations of where it would be permanent versus where it would be temporary. I won't read them out now. I did want to point out that Rocky Mountain Power owns the Gadsby Trailhead parking lot next to the North Temple Bridge over the Jordan River. So because that is owned by Rocky Mountain Power and it would be temporarily closed, it does not have to go through the legal process of a park closure as if this was a city-owned park. So point of clarification there.
I'd like to ask about the appropriateness of us doing it, given the Fair Park reinvestment zone and issues of jurisdiction. It occurs to me that our tax increment is being diverted there, and this might be something that seems to me should fall under the purview of the new, but I might be totally off base here, but I would really love to get answers as to if it's appropriate for us to be spending this money given that jurisdictional shift. Council.
What we are seeing under this bridge is not great, and I appreciate the administration and for helping me understand what we were trying to accomplish with this, and seeing that there is a greater goal, maybe down the line when more information comes to the table as far as water goes and how water flows, and we don't want to create any potential for flooding or whatnot. But I think this is a good use. Granted, your question, Madam Chair, is a good one, and I would like to get answer for that too. But I believe that the urgency of this site is important, and the amount of basically the Jordan River Trail at this moment is unusable, and this requires a fast issue. And I believe under our bridge and in these banks, we have some jurisdiction. But I guess we'll let smarter people to answer this.
I don't know that I can answer the jurisdictional question. Andrew Johnston from the administration. I don't know that I can answer the jurisdictional question and the timing and all that. What we do know is to facilitate a more quick intervention there, we did need to front the money to get going on the contracts for the bridge work and the fencing. It doesn't necessarily preclude us from requesting for reimbursement or other sort of help later on. It's a timing issue.
If we could make that part of the straw poll, that would allay a lot of fears. We lost jurisdiction there. I would like to make sure that we don't overstep and are good neighbors. Okay, so then would you like to do it? If you do the straw poll, will you please include seeking future reambrsment for jurisdictional issues?
I would like to suggest a straw poll to support 8 North Temple Jordan River Bridge rear bank determined rock replacement, and ask the administration to pursue the opportunity for reimbursement if appropriate.
Share your feelings. All right. All right, Ben, you got to move us quicker. If we have got 5 straw polls, we got to move quick. Sorry, it is totally our fault for but that last thing needed to be done.
3 more. The next one is a holding account. It is proposed to be $15 million from general fund balance one time to a CIP holding account for to be determined capital maintenance projects. So you may recall in your annual retreat discussion, as well as the financial risks and reserves briefing and your letter of budget priorities to the mayor, that capital maintenance projects was one of the top priorities. Some examples of what this could go to, these are not recommended, this is to be determined in the future, but some examples are traffic safety infrastructure and signage, pavement maintenance like street reconstructions, and the 400 South Bridge rebuild over the Jordan River. The council could consider these in tandem with the annual CIP funding when you discuss those over the summer.
Madam Chair.
Discussion, good.
Oh,
good.
I was just going to straw poll. I also was going to do that. I just straw poll that we support. Oh, question first then.
Okay. So how will this work? We just the actual projects will they come back to us for? Okay.
Yeah, it's a holding account, so you would need to approve releasing the funds and to the projects that it goes to.
Right, straw poll away.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve this as recommended.
That is 7 unanimous.
Thank you.
Stealing my straw poll.
See how efficient we are?
That takes us to D5. This is the City Housing Authority. They do a payment in lieu of taxes called a pilot. This is an increase from $85,000 to $125,000, so a true up of what's currently estimated. The straw poll is requested to facilitate affordable housing rental assistance.
Council questions, comments? Yes, ma'am.
What letter is this one, Ben?
This is D5.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone ready to propose a straw poll?
It's budget neutral.
Correct. It is the $40,000 in and then the $1,000 out.
Madam Chair, I propose that we support D5.
Show your feelings. That is 7 in support. Last one. Dang, Ben, we're good.
The very last one, this is a potential council added item. It is I1, the micro shelter community site preparation costs and electricity operations. The total is $294,000, and this is from the holding account. Originally, you put $1.5 million into a holding account. $500,000 of that was released and sent to the state as a reimbursement for operating costs. This $294,000 is to reimburse the city for costs incurred for upgrading mostly the electrical utilities at the site in order to handle the operations, and to pay for the electricity since the site, through the temporary land use regulation, it was supposed to originally end in April. It's been extended for a few months, and so there's additional costs for the electricity.
So there's still around $700,000 in that holding account?
After this vote, there would still be $706,000. One idea a couple council members discussed was adding $100,000 from the holding account in addition to this $294,000. Since this is the last budget amendment of the year, that additional $100,000 would provide flexibility for the administration to respond to unexpected costs or situations. It could be specific to the micro shelter, or you could make it a little broader related to homelessness.
As long as it's related to homelessness, I love it. Anyone ready for a straw poll?
So what's the number that it needs to be with the additional 100,000?
394?
394.
Okay, Madam Chair, I propose that we move $394,000 from the holding account for the micro shelter community to pay for the electrical costs and additional homelessness related items, needs.
So your feelings? That is 7 in approval. Thank you so much, Ben. We'll revisit this at a future. Thank you for being so amazing. Let's move on to the authorizing assistance for Fairmont Heights. We've got Allison Rowland coming and Tammy Hunsaker. It's been a while since Tammy's been at our table. I feel like we should give her a round of applause and to welcome her back. I see Tony Milner coming up with her too. This is like Cannes Best Greatest Hits coming up. All right. We're reclaiming time here really well, folks, but if we could be succinct and quick, yes, all the gratitude.
And I will be succinct in my introduction as well, Madam Chair. This item is in front of the council right now because the developer is trying to meet the deadline for LIHTC, 9% LIHTC housing credits. So the request is for speedy action on this one. A public hearing is required because there is an informal public benefits analysis and a proposal for below market rate assistance to this project. The public hearing is scheduled for May 21st, and council action is tentatively scheduled for June 4th. There are a series of straw polls that the administration would like to know the results of before moving on. They are listed in your staff report at the end in the policy questions section. So I will turn it over to the Can All-Stars.
Thank you. We will be quick and brief. Oop, on better. Okay, thank you. Can we go to the next slide? So the property that we were talking about is 0.81 acres on the corner of Simpson Avenue and 1100 East across from Fairmont Park. The acquisition price is just about $7 million. Next slide. The project that the development team is planning is approximately 110 units of senior housing to be developed in 2 phases. Approximately 80% of the units will be affordable to 80% AMI and below, and about 50% of the units will be affordable to 50% AMI and below. The development team is led by Housing Assistant Management Enterprise, which is the nonprofit development arm of the Housing Authority of Salt Lake City, in partnership with Lincoln Avenue Communities. Next slide. So the council's role in this project, budget was already approved through CDBG. It's the Dormant Program Income Pot of funding. So it is in the FY24 budget, which is $5.6 million and some change that was allocated. And the council's action was allocating this pot of money to the acquisition of property for affordable housing development. So we have been talking to the Housing Authority and the development team for a few months now about this project. And we've discussed two different funding structures for the project. The first option is for a loan to the developer to purchase the property. And the second option is for the city to actually be the entity purchasing the property and then issuing a ground lease to the project. So the council's role now is with the ground lease structure. Utah code provides that we can authorize city-owned property to be used at below market rate terms to a nonprofit organization at below market rate after first holding a public hearing. So that's what's being considered by the council now. Since Housing Assistant Management Enterprise is a nonprofit, a formal public benefits analysis isn't required, but it's the administration's practice to provide an informal PBA for the council's information. So an informal PBA is in your packet. The attorney's office structured the resolution that is also include the packet so that if the resolution is approved by the city council as provided, it would authorize the administration to do either the loan or acquire the property and issue the ground lease. We're leaving the option open both ways because the project is moving quickly. It's a complex project. There's a lot of moving pieces. So we want to be able to utilize either option. If we go to the next slide, the first option is the loan, and the terms are outlined on this slide before you. It would be issued in two phases, a short-term acquisition loan that would be deferred 0% interest. 3% interest would kick in if the project wasn't underway by February of 2026. We would also have the option to purchase the property from the development team if the project wasn't initiated by July of 2026. And that's because we need to fulfill the objective of the HUD money of getting an affordable housing project built. So once the development team obtains construction financing, the loan would convert into permanent financing with up to a 40-year term, 1% interest rate, interest-only payments from cash flow, and the outstanding balance of the loan would be due at loan maturity. If we could go to the next slide. Option number 2 is the city acquiring the property and issuing a 99-year ground lease to the project. This is the preferred option because under the 9% low-income housing tax credit program, it would make it more competitive because it would remove the cost of the land from the total development cost calculation, and the high cost of land on the city's east side is a barrier. When there's a lower total development cost, projects are more competitive under the 9% program. So that's why it's the preferred option at this time. This structure would also fulfill one of the city's recent policy objectives of being a landowner and having long-term participation in public-private development projects. So essentially, there's the $7 million purchase price. We have only just over $5.6 million to contribute. So the development team would contribute the balance of the acquisition price at closing, and that payment at closing, about $1.4 million, would essentially act as the ground lease fee for the first 20 years. In year 21, the ground lease fee would convert to $70,000 a year with a 3% annual escalator. And so this could equate to almost $11 million over years 21 through 99 of the term. This is a unique structure, and it does provide a lot of public benefit to the city. A lot of other ground leases that the city has authorized recently is like $1 a year lease rate. So this is actually providing revenue to the city. If we go to the next slide. I think the council, I don't have to spend a lot of time on these because I think you know the public benefits really: senior housing, affordable housing, housing in a high opportunity area. Another unique component of this project is the Housing Authority of Salt Lake City has also secured rental assistant subsidy for the project. So there's also layering on the affordable units. There's also rental subsidy guaranteed. And I already spoke about the land ownership and long-term participation by the city. Really quick, the last slide, other info. There's been a slight delay in the environmental review process in meeting the HUD requirements of figuring out the status of the property and HUD noticing requirements and ensuring that we meet everything that's required of us before issuing or committing the funding. So unfortunately, we were unable to meet a HUD timeliness deadline, but we're working with HUD. They're being flexible. And we're still working to commit the funds to the project as soon as possible and also meet the tax credit deadline, which is June 11th. So those are the deadlines we're working under. We have the development team, I believe, online if the council has any questions. And Tony and I are here to answer questions about the project or the funding source.
Thank you so much. What a remarkable project. Council, questions?
Madam Chair, I think what we're looking for today
Straw
is
poll?
if the council, straw poll if you're willing.
So we need to choose between the loan or the purchase. There's a preference for the purchase because it makes the project pencil better. Anyone prepared to offer a straw poll?
Madam Chair,
No, I
really
think-
quick, it would be authorizing either option
There
with,
Authorizing either?
with
Perfect.
the preference that we're going for the acquisition ground lease.
Thank you for the clarification. Anyone prepared to offer a straw poll?
Yeah, so I would like to propose a straw poll to the council to support authorizing assistance for the Fairmont Heights Senior Housing Development at 2257 South, 1100 East, authorizing both options related to the loan and/or purchase.
Show your feelings. That is 7 unanimous in support. Thank you for an amazing,
Is that all we need? Just that one? Okay.
this might be one of the projects I'm most excited about that we've seen recently. And so thank you for also speeding. I know you put a lot of work into that.
Thank you.
All right, so we have almost recovered our time. We're now just at a 5-minute deficit. Let's go through our fiscal year 24-25 open legislative intense response from 2024.
Well, sure, I'll compete with the mayor's recommended budget on this.
All you. You did a good job of making sure people were at the table. Not a lot of rotating for our staff.
So for the benefit of the 2 new council members, I'll just mention that legislative intents are the council's formal requests to the administration, and they're adopted every year, part of the annual budget. There's a variation today on our usual annual review of past year legislation intent because we're reviewing it early in the budget season and we're combining 2 briefings, briefing number 2 and number 3, according to the typical schedule. And again, for the new council members or for those who need a refresher, the information on that typical process is in attachment C1. So the purpose of the review today is to look over the most recent administration responses, which were transmitted on April 11th, and then you can raise any pending question on any of the intents that were adopted previously, and you can consider closing any of them. The administration's final responses to these requests are in the book that is now in your hands. What we didn't know was whether there'd be substantial changes since these responses came through on April 11th. So potential policy questions are noted in the context of each item, and there are also staff recommendations to either close or consider closing, and then including whether an item would be considered complete or would continue indefinitely as a policy change. There could be straw polls for council support on changing the status on specific items, and if the council doesn't indicate otherwise, staff will just proceed according to the recommendations in the staff report. So if something bothers you, please let us know. The full text of all the open legislative intents can be found in attachment 2, and the complete administration responses from April can be found in the transmittal. If any new information in the intent appears in the FY25 Mayor's recommended budget, we'll include it for council consideration in the discussions of the new FY25 legislative intents on June 11th. Suggestion, just in terms of time, may be to consider the 5 intents that staff recommended you consider closing. Those would be the airport's air quality and transit investment, the CAN's options for citywide zoning reevaluation, the mayor's office's apprenticeship program incentives, and public services department building security.
Chair. So I just have a brief question related to the FY24 options for citywide zoning evaluation. So that one's being recommended for close and complete. Is that because the item was specific to scoping it? Because I don't think we've seen those recommendations yet.
Yes, the request was for an outline of a work plan, and
Okay.
so that's, I mean, they delivered an outline of a work plan, which I'm not sure I can define which is one and which is the other. So it seems to me like that's sufficient for the purposes of the intent, but up to you.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
Council, any other questions? Do we accept the recommendations for the closing of the ones as recommended by staff? I think I'm at peace. Anyone have any questions? Right, Allison, I think we're all happy with closing as recommended by staff.
Highly efficient, thank you.
Do we need to go over any of the other ones? Council, anyone see anything? Councilmember Puig, you have a look of consternation.
Well, I know consternation. I'm just trying to remember a few things. I'm interested in, but again, I'm interested in an intent related to bathrooms, but I will bring that about when it's a little more defined and refined. I don't know.
I was just going to chime in. I think that this process is more about looking back at previous legislative intents, and I think that what we're starting is the budget process where we'll, come up with new ones and figure out how they fit with the existing ones.
And just when reading the outstanding ones, there is one that I saw here that reminded me that is still on my board, which is FY21, the criminalization review of city code. I would like to, have we made some progress on that, and what is the status of it? Because
And I'm sorry, which one was that?
The decriminalization.
Decriminalization.
Oh,
review
yes.
of.
Yes, I don't know if our city attorney would be willing to come up and speak a little bit about the decriminalization review.
Hi, council members. Thank you for that question. This is a project that has taken longer than we expected because it's a little bit more complicated and requires our partnership with our prosecutors. We had an attorney who was working on it and now are intending to reassign it because that attorney moved to a different role. So it's on our radar, but it's a big project. But thank you for raising it again, and we'll keep it on our priority list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any other concerns? All right. Allison, I have to express gratitude because you have helped us officially reclaim our 15-minute lead. Way to go, team. I'm real proud of us. All right. So with that, Allison, thank you. We have 2 written briefings, Council. Please be sure to review. One is the amendments to the consolidated fee schedule. The second is just the housekeeping budget amendment from the library. Please review those at your ability. Report of the chair and vice chair. Vice chair, you got anything? I just want to say thank you to my co-counselors. Like we are getting into some really rough waters here. We're hearing so many fees that need to go up in order to make sure our neighbors have clean drinking water. We are trying to maintain access to needed public facilities like libraries. We are wrestling with how we responsibly negotiate change in. None of this is easy or anything I saw coming when I ran for this office. maybe a tax increase here and there, but not at this level, not the magnitude of change that we'd be standing. So I want to thank each of you for bringing the best faith version of yourself to every conversation I've had with you, to dealing with each other with grace, with responsiveness, with understanding. It really is a pleasure to serve with each and every one of you, and I'm really thankful to stand alongside you as we make these generational choices. We know that we're going to make a choice that someone's going to have to undo, but I'm convinced with the brain power and the passion for our city represented here, it's not going to be too much. We're going to mitigate that. And then I also want to say all of that times 2 for our staff. This is their busy season anyway. They did not get to rest after legislative session like they usually do. So we owe you all, I don't even know what, but I mean new kidneys, because you're going to have cortisol burnout is what we owe you. But so double thanks to staff for on every level making sure that this undoable job is somewhat doable, even as your own jobs become undoable. So that's my only chair announcement today. Reports from the administrative director.
I just have a couple of announcements relating to some legislative actions that are on the council's formal meeting tonight for consideration. A legislative action, just for everyone's information, it kind of gets the ball rolling and asks the administration in a formal way to start work on something or another. So the first one would be to consider allowing outdoor events in the general commercial zone. This would be to facilitate the Granary Live concert series on a more long-term basis. I think that there's a solution for this summer and that it's considered a temporary event this summer, but this would be sort of a solution for that. And that would work its way through the process. The other legislative action would be to amend the city ordinance for the amount of time a reconstructed historic building is protected. Based on the ordinance being published quickly after the council adopted it on the April, I believe, 17th meeting, it is now law. Since then, some council members have raised the idea that they would rather have had a 50-year protection rather than a 25-year protection. Typically, the council would just be able to recall a vote at the very next formal meeting. But because this ordinance was published quickly, that wasn't a tool on the table for that. So this would essentially ask the planning staff to amend that ordinance. And planning staff is working with our staff to figure out what the quickest way is we can get that back before the council for consideration, just so that we have the corrected version of the law on the books. And both of those are on your formal agenda tonight for vote.
Thank you.
Just on that second one, Jen, and I know that you've already communicated this like internally with staff, but since it is a change that was contemplated in as one of the options when this review the process, I really hope that we can expedite this and just quickly put it on the agenda for planning commission and whatever else, since it is just that one change. I was under the impression that we would get to recall it, but I understand now that why we can't do that. But I just think it's regrettable because we just went through this, and I don't think that we need to treat this like a brand new change like we would a typical ordinance. So I hope we can really expedite it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and as a moment of personal privilege, I'm going to recognize Jill Love.
Just going back to item number 11, we were hoping for a straw poll on the golf fee. It's by ordinance, the mayor or the mayor's designee can change the fee, and we're bringing it to the council.
Yes,
because
and that's for all sports, for the golf and for the field fees. Yes.
And I think it's actually on the council's formal meeting for tonight for action. So right, Lehua? She just popped in. So I think on this one we'll actually vote tonight.
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right.
Even better than a straw poll.
With that, council, I need a motion to move into closed session for the purpose of strategy sessions to discuss collective bargaining and attorney-client matters. Can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of discussing collective bargaining strategies and to receive advice of counsel.
Second.
I've got a motion from Councilmember Wharton and a second from Councilwoman Young. Any discussion? Dugan,
Yes.
Lopez Chavez,
Aye.
Borton,
Yes.
Mano,
Aye.
Pui,
Yes.
Young,
Aye.
and I'm a yes. That's unanimous. We are now in closed session.
But the mowing's where all the cost goes with the farmers. So with that, it's private property. It's the same